Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
GLOBEBUSTERS taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is GLOBEBUSTERs taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need a burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble. Got the ball, you about to fumble. You get mad cause I just fight about your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob to the president, Jeran got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zack is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your resident is heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
GLOBEBUSTERs taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. GLOBEBUSTERs taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
All right, welcome to GLOBEBUSTERS, and this is the season opener. So season 13, episode 1, Null Hypothesis. Obviously, we got a lot going on here recently, and it's an interesting time. This is the first show back since Antarctica, so a lot to discuss, and we're going to be discussing the Null Hypothesis. Alan's going to do a little presentation and break it down. Should be good. This is important to understand. So, yeah, thank you guys for joining. Share it out. And let's introduce the panel. So, first up, we got Zack from Good Times for All. What's going on, brother?
Austin, just glad to see you and Jeran made it back safe and sound and got to bring back all the data and everything. Yeah. It was a nice little break. Quiet. Weather wasn't too bad. Can't complain. Got another book done. Working on my 8th book right now. Why Are the Trucks? So yeah, it's been a eventful winter so far.
Nice. Okay, and then we also have Iru from MPT for All. What's going on, brother?
Fine, and you after the whole trip, right? But nice to be here again. I was wondering if GLOBEBUSTER when we're gonna start again, and what a time to be alive. I mean, it's a really hot topic that happened in Antarctica. For some people, was shocking. For others, just confirmations of what we think. But it's going to be fine to at least give our opinions and trying to separate the waters in terms of something is, one thing is the observation. For me, it's not an experiment, but one thing is observation and other things are the people involved. So I hope after a couple of maybe shows that get clear, to don't break the community anymore.
Nice, very cool. Yeah, it's all kind of crazy, but I think that it's good in the long run. And truth is not fear investigation, man. And we're truthers. And those of you who are not, it's okay. We can part ways. All right, my boy Alan from Space Odyssey. What's going on, bro?
Hey, thank you for welcoming me here.
Yeah, of course.
Great.
Nice. I think we're wanting you to be a regular on the show. And if you disagree, we will simply send in the squad and put you to at gunpoint. So Alan will be here whether he agrees to it or not. So,
well, I'm honored. Thank you very much, and I hope to, bring some value here. Add to the community that I grew up watching, so to speak. Coming into the flat Earth community, I always watched GLOBEBUSTERS, and you guys were always taking it to the next level when it came to discussing science or discussing like the details of things. And I hope to bring that same energy. And
Nice.
Shout out to Bob, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Peace be upon him.
Yeah, brother. He left an impact for sure. We gotta carry the torch. No, very cool. And you are a crowd favorite, so I do not think there will be any issues there. So has anyone got any kind of takes on the general environment, what's going on, what happened, anything regarding kind of the whole saga before we maybe move on over to Alan's presentation?
Yeah, I got something. Oh, go ahead, Iru. After you.
No,
sir.
well, I'm gonna try my best because guys, that my English is not my best way to explain my
No,
reason-
fake news.
reason
You
I
speak
feel it.
better in English than Spanish.
Okay, man. Okay, I'm gonna
All right,
accept
cool.
that.
All right, go ahead.
But after this, I think that I like to at least to go a little bit in the past, because after you and Jeran and the other guys went to Antarctica, at least I give my opinion, and a lot of other people give the opinion about what could be happen. In my personal experience, I never negate the 24 hours in Antarctic, but I never see a whole video or a really good quality of video evidence like you guys bring from Antarctica. That was amazing. And but for me, it was part of the topic of the star trails and the not the clockwise and anti-clockwise orientation or direction of the star, but in particular the point of rotation, Sigma Octantis and Polaris. But the sun of 24 hours, I address it in that sense. And as long as I never become a flat earther, look in the sky. And in Spanish community, all this adventure that you, Jeran, and the rest have brings a lot of questioning, of course. And the Gleason map in particular was a discussion not just for the 24-hour sun, but also for the sky itself. But when you go to, for example, for the US patent and you find how was patent the Gleason map, it never intend to explain the cosmos. It's just something for the ground. And I think in that sense, the Gleason map or Mercator projection or other maps are still useful. I mean, you can navigate, you can go to point A to point B on the ground with the projection of Gleason. I don't have any problem with that. But when I trying to find that Gleason pretends to explain the whole cosmos and how the sky works, I don't find that that topic in that particular projection or in that particular presentation of the pattern. Then when we trying to explain something that belong to a material world with things that, in my opinion, are astrophysics things, it's something that you cannot go, nobody can go there and see the whole complete cosmos from outside. We don't know with what they are made. We don't know exactly how it's set up. At least I like to take the it's like the idea of the gyroscope in terms of the laser gyroscope and the mechanic gyroscope. We have like these two really differentiated worlds. We have the it's like me, Gleason is something like an analogic thing, and the sky is something digital. So it's really difficult to combine both in the whole complete picture. Of course, I would like to have a full complete model, but nobody has, even in the globe model. So if you track in time how maps are made, the ground maps beside the contours of the territories, they use sky, and they project sky into the ground. And but they never trying to explain just with one map. The map are political division of territory. They are not intend to explain the cosmos. We don't have any map in that sense. We have, of course, stars maps, and we can use, assuming at least that we live in the topocentric way of looking the sky. It's always personal. Of course, if we start thinking that we need to explain the cosmos in the material way, assuming that the objects in the sky are material and just has one location and blah blah blah, etc., etc. You know what I'm talking about. I don't say the globe model in terms of the ground, but the globe model in terms of a dome sky, hemisphere sky. You can explain things that maybe if you are trying to put that into a Gleason map is not going to be correct. But for me, I cannot leave, and with this I close because I don't want to monopolize the microphone. But what I'm trying to say is that the things in the sky for me is not a determination of where I put my feet on the ground. I mean, we have so many things that still point to the flat Earth, and that taking the one observation, because it's not an experiment. Experiment require a lot of other process. This is just one observations from the ground. We don't have even observations 30 kilometers or 100 kilometers. We don't see exactly what's going on beyond the atmosphere and a lot of other things. It's one observation that is very interesting, very, very nice to have it. But for me, if you want to make something that the whole community, because Austin, Jeran don't represent the whole community of flat Earth. It's a big part, and there are guys that they are really involved, but not because Jeran said something or Austin said something or me, myself say something is going to represent the whole complete flat earthers, all right? So for me, it was something that maybe Jeran was to address and see in his own flesh, and that's okay. But I think that anyone has the right to give the personal opinion to that observation. And if you want to do something in terms of maybe get a plane and trying to cross from one station to the other part of the station of Antarctica, I know that it's impossible to do something like that based on politics and things like bureaucratic and things like that. But maybe the next step could be the final experience, not the final experiment, and take two or one guy from the flat Earth community, one from the global community, and at least take into a spaceship in the Blue Origin, or trying to make the Elon Musk take it to the ISS. And that could be something much better than just one observation that a lot of people made in the past. So with that, I conclude this first opinion. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's there's no finality. It's not even an actual experiment. That's why I was calling TFE the first expedition, or the first endeavor, the first examination, et cetera, et cetera. And it's cool. It's epic in that sense. It's really the first time that flat earthers have gone to like fact check it, and I thought that was pretty exciting. But yeah, it's obviously
Huge.
not, yeah, it's not conclusive in any way or anything like that. The sky's not going to prove the globe. And of course, I think Alan's going to break that down. But just to touch on what you said at the end, it's funny because I started making that joke throughout the trip. I'm like, so apparently, if we just say we don't believe in something, we get a free trip there. So I don't believe in space. Take me
Exactly.
to space.
Yeah.
And let's see how real it really is, because Elon Musk, since first flat earther to space, would break the internet. Why would he not do that? So because the Blue Origin thing, I mean, I'll go on that as well, and I'll come back and be like, that was literally just a bungee jump basically, and it was pretty cool. And yeah, the Earth is flat, and I was moving over it while I wasn't moving. So I'm all for doing that next, and I'm totally serious. So I'm pushing that as well, dude. I have a few
That'd be
ideas of how to
cool.
try to make that happen. Yeah. Cool. Because I will say, like what they say with the ISS, they're like, this window really makes a curve. It's like worse than a GoPro. So they may have
Man,
something like that.
supposedly, I think the next Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise is going to make some part of the movie film in the ISS. Supposedly, they send millionaires to the ISS, so there was commercial or civil people going to the ISS. Well, send a fucking flat earther, and maybe this year when Elon Musk is going to get into into the government, maybe he can play with a little bit of flat earther. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is the sun in Antarctica. It's something that was recorded, and in Argentina, it's something very, very common to have that observation. Now, I understand the complication or the implication if you want to try to take the Gleason map as the complete truth of the cosmos and don't involve optics into the map, into the projection. So we cannot explain the sky without optics. We are not getting the sky as geometry, orthographic view like the globe, because we are not globers. So they prefer to take the sky into an orthographic geometrical way to explain without any of the hyperbolic math involved or point Poincaré disk and a lot of things, no Euclidean geometry, things like that. So for them, it's very easy because they don't need to prove anything. They don't need to go outside and prove anything. They just make an observation, make a claim. They assume that the sky is Euclidean geometry and the blah, blah, blah. Well, fine, man, but you cannot still bend water, curve water, or demonstrate that the spin of the earth. You cannot explain a lot of things that involve or addressing the flat earth more than the globe earth.
Yeah, see, I understand where people are coming from, having this be maybe one of their first, a very strong belief that they had that there was no 24-hour sun. I didn't think there was. Now, like the first thing I did in flat earth was the sun. I wanted to know what the sun was, what it was doing. I measured it for 8 months, taking pictures morning, noon, night, taking measurements with the sextant, gathering just so much data from the U.S. Naval Observatory, trying to triangulate the sun, things like that. And I almost had a nervous breakdown. I deleted over 100 of my videos about the sun. I came to the conclusion that I don't think we're supposed to know what certain things are, or they're in a different, call it a different dimension if you want. It's a place we can't go. And no matter how we look at it from down here, globe, I was, this was early on. I was doing it globe and flat earth. It doesn't work either way. Just the sun itself. When it starts speeding up and slowing down, things like that just didn't make any sense. And I threw my hands up and said, you know what? The sky is not for us to know. Now, I can see reasons why the creator would try to, deceive us, if you want to call it a deception. They say, it's mythology, right? But according to the story of Nimrod, the guy who had the Tower of Babel built, before he did that, he went to the ends of the earth and found a barrier he couldn't drill through or dig underneath. I'm not saying there's one out there. I'm saying this is how the story goes. And then when they couldn't do that, they decided to build the tower. So what better way to keep people, 1,000 miles of frozen wasteland before your barrier and a sky that matches an end? That's a pretty good way to get people to not, waste the time, effort, and resources to go and cross to come up on the other side. Well, look, there's this rotation and everything. Yeah, we must be on a ball, yada, 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 or I don't know what the creator meant to do. But it's not for us to know, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I know that upsets some people when they hear that, what do you mean we're not supposed to know? Well, maybe not in these bodies, so to say. Maybe you will get to find out one day. Maybe we all will. But I'm not going to lose sleep over you guys seeing a 24-hour sun down there. I already lost my sleep over the sky. The stars don't work. The moon doesn't work. None of them work on any model you can throw out there. So, I mean, trying to figure it out, speculating, is awesome. But don't let it, emotionally drain you. Don't lose friends over stuff like this. Not over the sky. I mean, I know Jeran. I know Austin. 100% I believe they went there and saw the sun circle their head. That's my 2 cents on it. The sky is an anomaly. It has been since the beginning of man's been watching it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was very interesting. Obviously, we hit a solar filter shot, and I can actually show one real quick. And so like we touched down. I'm like, that the sun looks like it's maybe a little high, and so we took an elevation angle, and I think it was like 34 degrees when we got there, and then popped out the solar filter from the rip, right, and you saw the sunspots. So I'm gonna real quick share my screen and show that, and then we'll get Alan's take on this whole situation as well. But I think people just really need to pump the brakes. I'm gonna be real. Obviously, everyone can do whatever they want, but that's what I think. All right, so
well, I mean, they were spiraling before, while you guys were still there.
Oh, I know.
Talking about where's the data? I want the data. Why don't I have like they haven't even come home yet. Can they download the stuff onto their computers first before they start sharing it?
And speaking of that, I mean, it's like the people that are talking about that, they obviously have no idea. Like they have no experience whatsoever with large videos and downloading, rendering, exporting, processing. They have clearly no idea what they're talking about. But if you're trying to, for one, say download, 1.45 terabyte file of like high definition 360 interactive video that's 25 hours long, it takes a long time. It's very demanding, no matter if you say, even if you have a beast of a computer, and it's just difficult. And it takes days. Now you can only open it in the Insta360 app, and it took 48 hours for them to get it to where the file was accessible because it was like too big for their app, like almost, because no one ever really has a file that big. And then we get the file, it's accessible, then we have to download it. I'm downloading it onto the computer, and that takes like over a day and a half, and then and I'm sharing and showing all of this to people on Discord, right, the whole time. And I'm like in there just for hours and hours sharing my screen, showing everyone, asking for help, and then go to export it, and like 16 hours in, we're at like 60 something percent, and then its export failed. And then people do something for hours and try to even 2, 3, 4 exits to get something out, and then all of a sudden, like the sun, the frame freezes, like the whole entire frame freezes on the export. And then you go to process it, and YouTube, they have a 256 gigabyte limit, and it takes forever for me to upload that 30-minute test video and all. So the long story short, it takes a long time, many, 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 many hours with really good computers, like really good graphic cards and beasts of gaming computers or desktops, whatever. It still takes forever. And so people that are acting like we should have, like, for example, you should have had that like right when we were there or right when we got back to Punta Arenas or right when we got back. You just are ignorant of how, videos work, and that's okay. But I mean, people just we're trying. I have like 7 people on it around the clock almost right now. We're doing everything we can to get that up. I just want to address that because I know a lot of people obviously want to keep talking about that. But you guys can see this video, right? You guys can see this?
Let me
Yeah,
see.
yeah, we
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to clarify, you couldn't hear that, could you?
No.
Negative.
Okay, cool. I'm like satellite smacking Duffy and them anyway in this video. It's funny, but all right, this is a video I took of the sun in Antarctica. Okay, and so people telling me that I didn't really see the sun, and
Exactly what it looks like from a solar filter from here.
yeah, we have people all over the realm taking shots at the sun at the same time. Guess what? It's the same sunspots that are visible at the same time all around the realm. And, look, those are like, people don't seem to know much about sunspots. They're not just a single little circle. It's like they have like very specific little patterns all around the sunspots, right? Like they're very specific. So anyway, guys, that's just one of many videos. And we obviously have like 1,500 solar filter shots for the 24 for like basically a 24 amount, so 24-hour time lapse as well, that McKeegan did. And I fact checked all the other cameras. Obviously I was there. I know everything was legit. So, okay, I just wanted to show that, guys. That is the sun. Okay, that's the sun, and it just fucking right to left. It circles around our head, and so we should just be like, oh, it's so awesome. We found out what happens there. Let's figure out how it works. So, all right, Alan, you got any take on all that before we jump into your presentation?
Absolutely. Do a couple of things. So, what Ira said about optics in the sky, the geometry of the sky, is exceptionally true. We're going to be going over that in detail. And what Zack said about the sun and how it's like anomalous, I think we should definitely watch the FE Core video where they simulated the sun over the course of a year for an observer at every lattice, and it makes a giant toroid in the sky. So
it's beautiful, isn't it?
Dude, yeah, it's insane, and it's like I think the significance of that is really lost. So I think we should definitely check that out at the end of the prez. And let's see here. And think about what the moon does too. So the moon does the same thing over the course of a month, what the sun does over a year. So it's making another little toroid in the sky. That's crazy. And there is one model. You guys said you can't model it out. There is one model that you can get it to work on if you make some wild assumptions, right? And that's the heliocentric model combined with parallel light rays and globular theory, which we're going to go into great detail in the prez, and how all this was derived and put together explicitly from sky observations. And then on the 24-hour sun situation, right? Big shout out to the exporting crew, we'll call them, right? There's been a huge effort of the lads getting together and trying to export this data for everyone, because we all know, wouldn't it just be easy if you just released it too? Yeah, for sure. Certainly would, boys. Certainly would. Except it takes hours to render it because we're trying to remove the audio from it because there's, personal conversations and whatnot from it. So anyway, when you're exporting for 18 hours and then it fails at 99% and you have to figure out why, and you have to use specific software, then you had the wrong setting and it's just trial and error. And we do apologize, but it's just, it's a bunch of dudes trying to figure it out in real time, dude. So we appreciate you hanging in there while we're working on it.
Well, like you said, the app didn't even have the capability to do it. So it's not something that's done all the time.
I was never done. The company had to exclusively work on it. But this is what's so crazy is it's not just some random people that have no idea what they're doing. I mean, there are people that have immense experience with large files, and exporting videos and video editing with really good machines that are all having the same experience, and they're all trying to figure it out, and it's taken them all a super long time. And then honestly trying to placate to these people that are just irrationally and baselessly lying about it and claiming it's fake is also kind of hindering us, right? Because it's like you can break it up into smaller sections and try to speed it up and try to lower the res and all this stuff, but it's just gonna all be a conspiracy. So I've been trying my best to really get out the whole 25-hour exported with high definition, and I will get that done eventually somehow, but we're trying. At this point, I think we're just gonna maybe drop every different version of it we can. So like here it's sped up, here it's like a shorter version, here's a lower res version, here's where it's not an interactive 360, it's like shows you both of the front and back cameras, and we'll just drop all kinds of different versions of it, and then you'll have access to the actual files and the entire video yourself, so that you guys can then try and download it and then realize how irrational you're being if you're like kind of talking crazy about it, but it's all good. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll give my overall take really quick. I've been talking a lot about it, obviously, for a long time at this point, like ever since I got back. But the truth is, man, like I just want to know the truth. And like a saying, a phrase I always say is, and I made up, is seek and speak truth unequivocally. And that means like no matter what the truth is, seek it out. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much pressure there is against you not to do that, including like the mainstream or censorship or stuff like being debanked and kicked off of all kinds of payment processors and different platforms, and losing professional opportunities and whatever, right? Like, doesn't matter. Seek the truth. It's the most valuable thing in the world. And you have an obligation, spiritually and morally to do that. And then once you find it, don't hold it for yourself. Like, speak it, because that's where you really get in trouble. You seek it out. They're going to try to hide it from you. You really seek it out. Once you find it, you start speaking about it. That's when it gets difficult. And so I would be a hypocrite not to stand behind what I've been saying for years. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. I've also said for years, don't just blindly trust me, right? Investigate, and verify yourself and go look at the evidence. And I stand behind all that. And that's why I have no issue with people asking questions about it. But I do have a problem with, obviously slanderous false accusations and doubling down in the face of the contradictory evidence that refutes you, and then diverting, deflecting, personally slandering and stuff like that. That's totally not just ask, hey, Austin, why'd you sell your soul to deceive the world? That's not a question. That's an accusation, right? I mean, you're not just questioning things, you're forming an accusation as a question. But anyway, my overall take is like, dude, I just want to know the truth. I thought it was epic that we were going to go. I didn't think it would actually happen. It did happen. We went. It's very cool. Okay, I prayed a lot about it. We're on the way there was a little rainbow around our plane. There was this rainbow force field around our plane, it was like symbolic. I think the creator showing us that he was there with us. We get there, beautiful weather, like incredible weather. 18 degrees feels like 27 degrees, really not much wind at all. Whatever little wind there was when we first got there was being blocked by the mountains for the most part. It was super comfortable in terms of now I'm from Florida, so that was still really freaking cold for me, but it was so bright, the sun was hitting you so intensely that like you was pretty comfortable, and it was blue skies and like no clouds. And they said that's it's like the second day all year, the whole summer season it's been like that. So anyway, the creator wanted us to see it, and the creator helped us go see it, and the creator's going to help us, persevere through maybe all the unfair attacks and stuff. And so my meta on the whole thing is, and Alan's going to go in depth here with this, but the sky can't prove the shape of the earth. Stuff in the sky can disprove claims about the shape of the earth, but cannot prove it. And I knew that, right? And I knew that no matter what the sun does out there, it doesn't somehow get rid of the rest of the empirical evidence and the measurements. And Flat Earth has been questioning this and pondering about it and been limited to speculation for years and years since I first got into this. And I mean, to the extent that Dubé was saying it was proof of Flat Earth that there wasn't one, and in fact that there was no light and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, I think there is light. Copy Cup Cossack would explain it. Is there a sun? I don't know. It's hard. Why are they faking stuff? Blah, blah, blah. that is epic that we've now been able to go ourselves, like boots on the ground, and figure it out. And that's why I was saying it was the first expedition, the first experience, whatever, because it should be the start of something new, I think. And then when it comes to the actual logical argument, to even claim that it proves the globe is called an affirming the consequent. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P, right? So if the Earth is a spinning globe, then there will be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the Earth is a spinning globe. That's fundamentally fallacious. It's a formal logical fallacy. And this is why that is just dumb and illogical, is because I could say, if Sasquatch delivers my mail, then I will get mail in my mailbox on Fridays. If I then go on Friday and I see I have mail, I say, oh, look, I got mail on
Sasquatch
Friday,
delivered it.
therefore Sasquatch delivered it. Like, no, there are many other ways there could have been mail in my mailbox. And then they'll have to invoke Occam's razor to say, well, I think it's the simplest, most logical explanation because the globe is saying, well, that's where the sun is, and that's why we see it there, based on the globe and the geometry. And it sounds good to say, like, oh, because if the flat earth says, well, that's an apparent position relative to the observer, and maybe this is like a kaleidoscope realm, or it's maybe there's fluids above us causing some type of refracted displacement. Maybe there's a bipolar model where the sun seemingly transitions through like kind of like a magnetic field, right? A bipolar model. You would think that they're trying to say their best argument they can possibly say is that it's Occam's razor. Well, that's what they think, at least, because unfortunately for them, the globe cannot invoke Occam's razor. Every other claim, every other subject is just antithetical to Occam's razor, right? It's like, oh, look, the interferometry shows that the Earth's not moving, but, well, sure, the light beam had to travel further and it had to take longer, but actually time slowed down, and then the distance contracted just the perfect amount to make it look like it wasn't traveling further and taking a longer time, and actually just makes it look like the Earth is stationary, but it's not. And the selenium, you see the sun and the moon above the sky, above the horizon, but actually the sun's not there, and you get it, right? It's everything is just preposterous, like butchering of Occam's razor. And last thing, I'm just making this point to point out how, like, I thought of all of this, bro. I put tons of time and energy and thought into every angle of this in terms of what it would do to flat Earth, what it would do in terms of attention to flat Earth, what it would do in terms of progressing the conversation, progressing our knowledge and understanding, and what it would do in terms of the debate. And I'd already planned all this. And long story short, if you're going to claim that the sun is right there, and that's Occam's razor, well, sounds good, but Occam's razor is if you have an explanation, two explanations for the same phenomena that can both explain it, that which requires the least amount of assumptions and is the simplest is most likely to be true. Well, that doesn't have just no assumptions like the globe pretends. To even claim the Earth's a globe, you have to claim that the sun is super far away, effectively treating it like it's infinitely far away. However far away it is, got to be super far, right? And now they say 93 million. And the stars have to be infinitely far away. They actually treat them as an infinite distance. They treat all the stars as if they're all at an infinite distance. And they just had to say that. They just had to basically say that. To even claim it's a globe, you have to assume that everything in the sky has an infinite distance. And then you're like, wait, how could we possibly see something from that far away, though? In theory, we would have to have at least like nothing in between us and them, like for us to see it from that far away, even in theory, right? So then they just assume. So they assume that everything is infinite distances, like just super, super far away. Then they have to assume that there's nothing there, which of course nothing doesn't exist. But then they say, okay, it must be a vacuum, right? And it goes on and on. In terms of all the assumptions baked into that, they have to assume that although perspective causes everything to above us to ramp down, below us to ramp up, it causes like clouds to do that, a plane that's flying overhead to do that, railroad tracks to do that, flip them on their side, they still do that because that's what always happens. The horizon does that, right? Everything has, street lights, you name it, like power lines. Stuff above us looks like it's going down, stuff below us looks like it's going up, and it's just an optical effect. It's just perspective that always happens. That's how perspective works. So to claim this position on the globe, you have to say, yeah, that's how perspective works, and perspective does that to literally everything in existence. But then you have to invoke a case of special pleading, which is where you claim an exception to a universal principle, like a singular exception to a universal principle that's true in all other scenarios. it's fallacious. It's called special pleading. If you say, yeah, that's true. Perspective does that and applies to literally everything, but not when it comes to the sky. When it comes to the sky, perspective isn't actually changing what we see. And even though it does exactly what perspective would do if perspective was still affecting how we see the sky, like it literally does everything else, it's just because we are changing our orientation on a sphere, and it just so happens to make it look like perspective is affecting what the stars do, right? You have to make all of those assumptions and many more, bake them all in a cake, and to even claim, oh, look, sun is right where we see it on globe. So it's not Occam's razor. It requires tons of assumptions. Okay, way more assumptions than the other position, which is like, okay, it's a light in the sky. We measure the surface of the earth and it's a plane. So there's a light in the sky that we see up above the plane, and it's apparent relative to the observer because that's what we see always. That's what we always see. So anyway, that's a lot there, I know, but just long story short, I'm going to continue to encourage everyone to just chill, man. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We should be able to laugh, have fun, be excited. It's celebratory. Like, we pop Flat Earth back up to the top of the list. 2025 is going to be the biggest year ever for Flat Earth, and people should just be patient and honest and ready to say, look, I was wrong, or I stepped out on a limb and I shouldn't have done that. They should be respectful. They shouldn't be, if you're going to levy an accusation as egregious and just evil, right, as being someone who sold their soul to deceive the world, and like as if I deceived my own wife and my own children, and I just manipulated millions of people in the whole world to trick and deceive them. If you're going to say that about someone, you should be damn sure. You better be damn sure that's true. Okay? And I would say Proverbs 18:13 is folly to someone who doesn't fully investigate prior to coming to conclusion. And then you should not bear false witness. And that bearing false witness and lying about people and slandering people will not go unpunished. So just friendly advice. Everyone should chill, be patient, be humble if you stepped out on a limb. I won't rant too much, but I really hope that people can kind of come together and stop. A lot of these people are Globers, by the way. Just want you guys to know that. This is actually the last thing I'll say. There's a lot of Globers and trolls and anti-flat earthers. They're putting out all kinds of fake stories and fake narratives because they think it's hilarious that so many flat earthers will pick it up and run with it. And it's just a game to them. They're like, what, how insane and ridiculous of a theory can we come up with? Or how easily disproven of a theory can we come out with and put it out there? And then how many flat earthers will fall for it and take it and start saying it? That's actually happening for sure. For sure. There's already been evidence of it. Like some of these, like the Vape Gate, one of the big viral Vape Gate videos came from an anti-flat earther account, a Glover account. So I want you guys to know that you're kind of falling for a trick, man. And
it's like zero research done too.
Yeah, just listen to someone else say it. And that's what they say about flat earthers, right? They say flat earthers don't do good research. They just watch someone on YouTube say something and think they know it's true, and that they lack understanding and they're ignorant. And the only reason that they think the earth is flat is because they don't understand the globe and they don't really research everything, right? And they don't independently do it. They're lazy and they just want to feel like they're special. And anytime there's evidence presented to them that shows them that they're wrong, they just turn their head and pretend it's fake and gay and act like it never happened. And you're giving them all this ammunition to push that narrative when that narrative is not true. Flat earthers are some of the most intelligent, diligent researchers I've ever met. Some of the strongest people I know, right? The strongest people I know are flat earthers. They're able to stand up to the whole world and think for themselves and independently seek out the truth no matter what it is. Even if it shatters their entire paradigm, they're going to do it. And we've all shown that we can do that. That's what it's supposed to be. So there's my rant. Sorry it was so long, but I really hope people kind of recalibrate and think about the whole situation and just realize I'm about to be on huge shows, man, huge platforms. And I planned all this out, and I'm going to represent us properly and our position properly. And people need to really kind of, get their act together before that happens, because then there's going to be tons of attention, tons of eyes on, wait, what is this flat earth thing about? If they come back and see this, you're going to really deter them away. So also, last thing for real, sorry, I keep saying that. Sometimes it's good to clean house. And if you have a friend and he comes, you let him stay at your house because he's he fell on hard times, and then you leave your wallet out on your desk. It's got a little bit of cash in it. You go take a shower, and he steals your cash, and then lies about it. And then you show evidence that he stole it. Then he just changes the subject and just he stole your money. Part of you wants to be like, no, I shouldn't have left my wallet there. You wish that you could have prevented them from having the opportunity to betray you because you don't want that to be true. But it's always better that you just leave your wallet where it is. And if they're going to be a thief and steal from you, it's better that sooner than later. Same thing if your girlfriend's going to cheat on you. You may want to try to prevent her from ever being in any position that she could cheat on you. But no, you would rather know if she's going to cheat on you, if she's the kind of person that would. And that's how this goes as well. There were a lot of people that were pretending to have my back and betrayed me and stabbed me in the back and made one of the most egregious, slanderous claims you can imagine about me, accusing me of being like the most evil person imaginable. And they didn't come to me privately. They didn't wait until they saw the evidence. They didn't ask me my side of the story. And when I give them the evidence that they're wrong about these claims they're making, they just ignore it and deflect, and they act just like anti-flat earthers. And so it's good we know who those people are. And if people are showing their true colors, that's good, right? And it's not just about me, it's just in general. This is always good. It's always good, quality over quantity. And so this is like a little bit of growing pains, but it's better for us in the long run. So, all right, rant over. That's my take on the whole thing. Anybody else got anything else they want to say about all that before we kind of jump into the presentation?
Nope, I said my piece. I'm ready for Alan's presentation. This is gonna be good.
Cool. Sorry that was so long. All right,
No,
Alan,
man, I understand when you're being attacked like that. Well, I really don't understand. I've never been attacked like you guys are.
Yeah, it's all good, brother. All right, cool, bro. So yeah, Alan, if you want to share screen or whatever are you sharing screen?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
I'll allow it. Yeah. By the way, if you want to support the stream and support the panel and continue to make the show possible, there is a link pinned in the YouTube chat, but it's Ko-fi.com. Oh, did I never press go live? I never pressed go live on Rockfin. Dang. All right, we're now live on Rockfin.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I hate when that happens. Shout out to the Rockfin crew.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, a little update. Supposedly, BitChute's going to work with us and make an exception to the file limit of upload, so we can upload the full freaking video, or the full high definition 360.
That's awesome.
25.
Nice. Shout out to BitChute.
Yeah, and then hopefully we can pull off the same thing with Rumble. I have a few connects there, and yeah, maybe even Rockfin would do it. So that's pretty cool. All right. Yeah, but I was saying Ko-fi.com/GLOBEBUSTERS if you want to support the stream, and then we'll read out the donations later. All right, cool. And also what I'll do in the YouTube, I'll create a question section. So you can ask a question. It'll separate it from the main chat. So if you have questions specifically about the subject being covered, about his presentation, questions for Alan or any of us in terms of the subject, then just throw your question in there and we'll go through them periodically. And also at the end, any questions that are not about the actual topic of the presentation will not be read. So, all right, cool. I'll set that up. And Alan, you got it, brother. Take it away.
Yeah. So what's your timeline for this? Like how long do you want this to run?
Personally, I think you should do whatever you want to do as long as you want to. Does anyone else have anything else they have to present or anything like that? You guys got something you want to present after Alan, or you have a suggestion on like a time limit type of thing? Speak now or forever hold your peace, panel members.
All
No,
right,
go ahead.
Sorry, I
Go
was
ahead.
muted.
All right.
Sorry.
Are you guys are now forever locked in? All right. So if there's any questions or comments or anything like that, and as I go through this, feel free to interject and ask or whatever, ask for clarification. So,
Gotcha.
so this null hypothesis was inspired by a presentation that was done recently. Hold on a second. There's a slight echo feedback thing. It's driving me crazy. How do I make it stop?
Are you sharing your screen with sound?
No, I specifically unchecked it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
Oh,
sense.
you know what? It actually just went away, so maybe it wasn't me.
Okay.
Everything's fine. Okay. So anyway, a couple of weeks ago, a presentation was done on ether cosmology using the null hypothesis to support the argument for his ether model. And he gave some input on the final experiment in regards to flat Earth and how you could apply the null hypothesis analysis to flat Earth. So I went through a series of mutually exclusive evidences that we're going to go through that give different outcomes, and some that do. And we're going to see at the end, what if our null hypothesis is falsified or not, and we'll go through what exactly that means. So the null hypothesis for flat Earth is you can't use objects in the sky to tell you what the shape is, but you can use it to tell you what the shape isn't. The null hypothesis, which is sometimes referred to as H naught, is assumed to be true, and then you'll find evidence to either falsify or support the null hypothesis. And then you have a competing hypothesis that'll be your alternative hypothesis, right? Which will be represented by H1. So to kind of give a breakdown of that, like we're all familiar with the logic fallacy with unicorns, how you can't prove a negative, right? So if you kind of take that, this would be your null hypothesis would be that unicorns don't exist. The alternative would be that they do. And then somebody presents you an example of a unicorn, right? They're like, look, I found one. And it's like, okay, is there statistical significance enough? Is there statistical significance to dismiss your null hypothesis, right? So you would need at least 4 instances of unicorns, because there could be it could be like a genetic mutation, there could be some anomaly, etc., right? So you would need to present a series of evidences to falsify your null hypothesis, and then accept the alternative, right? That they do exist, right? They can breed, they're etc., right? There's more than just one. So mutually exclusive claims can't be simultaneously true. And if you falsify your null, it doesn't mean that unicorns don't exist. It means that you fail to provide evidence that they do exist. So that's kind of the rationale here. So if we take our null hypothesis, if we make our H1, the Earth is planar and measurements of curvature are dependent on positions of celestial bodies. That'll be our null hypothesis. So the Earth will be planar. Any curvature will be assumed to be optical. And the competing hypothesis will be that the Earth is globular and measurable curvature is independent of the celestial bodies. We've all heard the phrase, the Earth is measured flat, the Earth is measured globe, we measure curve, ship horizon, right? Well, how can both of these things be true? Some people will turn to the old theodolite and they'll look through the theodolite and they'll look at a mountain in the distance, and it'll be a little smaller than they expect. It'll be a little below the horizon line, etc., right? And they'll interpret that as, oh, you know what? This must mean the Earth is a globe. That's the only reason. That's the only thing that could explain that. Well, there's an optical equivalence to that can be contested. So we're going to get into that. So in other words, for the globe, to support the globe null hypothesis, the competing hypothesis, you would have to substantiate that there's physical curvature and that it's independent of celestial bodies. So here we have the maps that we were talking about earlier, the Gleason's map, the Mercator map, the usefulness of a map. What's the one thing that all these maps have in common? It's the graticule. It's the latitude and longitude system that keeps it invariant under transformation. And transformation meaning different projections. So Mercator, when you have your nice squares and you can do straight lines for like 700, 800 miles or whatever. And the Gleason's map, where you have concentric circles coming outward from the north, but they're all equivalent, right? And people will say, what about this flight route? How come this doesn't work on a flat Earth map as if it's an entirely separate map? Any map that has a latitude and longitude system is discussing the exact same thing, and on some of them you can't draw straight lines, so you'll often see like this path doesn't work, and it's like, oh well, you didn't use the direction preserving aspect of that type of projection, so like your misapplication of the tool isn't falsification of anything, it's actually just a misunderstanding. But all of these things represent the same thing, and they're all, what they do have in common is that the latitude and longitude system make a spherical coordinate system. And people say that based on one of these projections, that is the globe, because of the equidistant nature of that projection with the latitude and longitude system, it requires the least amount of corrections and it looks very symmetrical. And they interpret that as the preferred one for that reason. But we're going to go through and see, because this coordinate system can be represented on all these different shapes, like what is the true meaning of it? How is it derived? And which one of these projections accurately represents the shape of the Earth? How does the audio sound on your guys' end? Can you check the stream chat real quick for me? I just want to make sure, because there's a slight thing in my ear, but if it's only on my end, I'm good to keep going.
Oh, well, you sound great to us.
Okay, cool. As long as you're solid, I'm solid. Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. So if you guys want to learn more about this, my boy Shane St. Pierre has been going super hard on this. It's kind of like a dense subject. It's a little dry. It's a little boring sometimes. But when you get what is being put forward with the math and how these are all the same, it's like, oh, it starts to make a little bit more sense. So I highly encourage people to check that out. A link to his database and all that is can be found here. And actually, if you can put this in the chat for me real quick, I'll send you a link on here. How do we chat?
Up at the top, it'll say stream in private. You just
Private,
click on
there
it. Yeah.
There we go. If you can share that for me. So if anyone wants to scroll along with this on their phone or whatever, or reference it later, this isn't, you can view it on the Obsidian database, and then you can get to Shane's link there. Shout out to adl.place. You can also go there and have links to all of Shane's databases. All of my information is there as well. So it's a one-stop shop for everything. So you can reference it all there at adl.place. So anyway, back to the Prez. But that's just for convenience and reference for everything, right? Because this is like, people are like, where's the citations? Where can I find more? Everything we do is backed up here, shareable, and if you ever need any citations or whatever, just hit us up on Telegram. Everything is always available for everyone. All right, so anyway, when we look at these projections, right, we're going to go over which is the most likely the correct interpretation of this coordinate system, right? Because as Ira was saying earlier, right, these maps are not representations of cosmology necessarily, right? They share, positions of the objects in the sky share a ground position to everywhere, or to every location on the ground at a specific point in time. And that's what's used to create these maps. Every one of these maps, right? If you remove the land from here, you can actually just replace this with constellations and positions of stars, because that's what at a specific time of year on the vernal equinox specifically. So at the spring equinox, a snapshot of the stars is taken, and that's what all these maps, that's what this latitude and longitude system represents. It's all positions of the stars at a specific point in time. And then
and sorry, no, but a really short comment. But remember that when all these almanacs of stars to navigating was created, is essentially because they navigate big oceans without any land reference. I just want to point it out in terms of that. Then they use land masses to corroborate, but especially they need to orientate themselves in big open oceans without any reference at all. Then the stars. They only have the only reference they had was the stars.
No, that's so important. All land discoveries have always been the stars first, then the land. What they do is they take an elevation angle to a star, right? They do a cosine to that star using that relationship. There's a ratio of that angle is a distance, and distances are derived from ratios of a terrestrial meridian. So this whole coordinate system, a terrestrial meridian, would be a latitude line from the North Pole to the equator. So that length, that unit of measurement, if you were to break that into miles, that would be 6210. 6210 if you linearize that by taking the latitude lines and multiplying it by 90. So what you have there is a way to establish a ground distance based off of an elevation angle to a star referencing this spherical coordinate system, right? So and we're going to get into optics here and how you see in a dome of vision, so the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere. So like right now we're talking specifically in the north, right? Everything is based off of elevation angles to Polaris. So is it a globe or or do we live on a plane and there are optics involved, right? How do we know the difference, right? We're going to get into all that. But as you were saying about the almanac, in reference to this coordinate system, the reason why it's so accurate is because of the assumptions that they make with respect to the celestial bodies and in that time of year that I was referencing on that vernal equinox. So it's like with that snapshot, and they do their cosines to the stars, right? When they get underneath that star, they should look up, and at their zenith, that star should be directly in the center of their telescope, right? Because cosines are plane trigonometry. If you're following the law of cosines, then you're going to need to complete a 90-degree triangle. And what they would find is that no matter how level they got their telescope, no matter where they positioned it, they could never get the star in there in the center. Now we're gonna go over Aries failure and stuff, which is going to show how that's how starlight already comes in at an angle and whatnot. But you need this idealized snapshot of the sky to be like a real tangible thing as a reference, so that you could base everything off of that, because the accuracy of this coordinate system is going to depend on positions of the celestial bodies and timing. So always timing, like Ira was saying about the navigation and navigating at sea. This all goes back to maintaining time in relation to the positions of the bodies and transits at specific times of the bodies to know where you're at to get your longitude. And it's fascinating how all this works, right? And like, does it describe the shape of the ground, or is it describing the shape of the sky, right? Like, where's the curvature coming from here? Because there's curvature in here somewhere. Could be in the sky from our eye, or it could be on the ground. So we're gonna see which one of these is true. All right, I'm gonna get some water for a second. Any questions so far or thoughts?
So go ahead. Good.
No, sorry, but
You got
so
it.
far it's a great introduction, and for me, the curvature, it's in the sky, of course, but we perceive, yeah, man, because and I have a few videos, and maybe if this proper along the presentation, I can also share my screen, but the first screen share
Absolutely,
of
I'd be honored
2025.
for sure.
No, but you are a master in this type of things, man. But yeah, I mean, there is curvature in somewhere. But we live, the analogy of that we always heard by here by this guy, the billion, the name, I forget the name of Carl Sagan, when he tries to bring the idea of the 2D land, and then the 3D land, and then the 4D land, and things like that. That's happen in reality. We live, of course, if you want, if you like to see in that way, in the 3D land, of course, but we perceive, we have this interpenetration from the 4D land, which is the sky, in our reality, and we perceive that in some fashion as a 2D, because for us the atmosphere is an atmosphere plane. So we are, we have that type of 2D screen over our heads that make all these mystery, trying to understand the outside world. That's my opinion. I hope that you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, absolutely. And curved visual space is a huge part of this. Like you were saying, the deviation from the spatial Euclidean field versus the visual field, which is hyperbolic.
Yeah, exactly. You have better words than me, but that is the idea that I'm trying to say.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to get into some optical equivalences here. So is our hypothesis, we're going to do like a mini hypothesis here about hyperbolic and Euclidean geometry, right? So perspective presented to us in Euclidean would be the only way that you could explain the deviations in the positions of the stars when they take their zenith measurements would be that for some reason the ground is tilted, and this deviation from these expected measurements is due to oops, that's the that's the wrong reference. The expected deviation there would be where they're getting their curvature from when they talk about the Earth being an ellipsoid and stuff. So we're going to look at some optical equivalences here for that would be like mutually exclusive to a globe versus a plane where when the sun is setting, right? So certain geometry of a shadow would dictate a globe or a flat Earth where a sun is moving away from you versus it's setting in the ground, or going around a ball or something like that, right? Due to you like falling away from it due to physical obstructions, right? So what you would have, so we're looking at some shadows here that are being cast, and so people will say, well, this is due to the sun setting due to physical Earth curvature obstruction. But then when you take the perspective on the top of the mountain, you'll see that it's just an optical illusion, and the sun is never below the it's never below the mountain. It's not like that's not the way that it works. And when you look at parallel lines, when we were talking about the geometry of the visual space versus the spatial field, right? There's a separation there. So the spatial field would be Euclidean, right? In reality, these train tracks don't converge, but visually, in the visual field, they converge. So what does that mean? Do we also see in Euclidean geometry? No, there's a deviation from Euclidean to the spatial field. And then so we need to determine what is that curvature? How does that curvature playing into how we're perceiving the sky? Right. So as it turns out, all celestial observations as handed down to us by the Royal Society in the history from the the Board of the Longitude lads in the 1800s, they used a telescope and they looked out horizontally, and then they used this apparatus to tilt it 180 degrees opposite, and they basically created what they described as a dome. So they used when we talk about like a celestial dome, a dome of vision, etc. This was pioneered by the Royal Society. This is how they made maps. This is how they made observations. This is how their star charts work. This is how they determined everything, by creating a dome. If you say you have a 180 degree field of vision, like put your arms out and then bring them together, that creates an arc, right? Do the same thing horizontally above you, creates an arc, right? We see in that converging arc, right? So that's what they That's what they made their maps off of. And we have some documentation from a guy in the 1940s named Carl Lundberg, whose hypothesis was that the curvature rate was hyperbolic but constant. And anyway, he gave this great example about the deviation from the visual from the spatial field from the visual field, when he said that astronomical objects like the sun, it's 860,000 kilometers wide, and we're in the center of it. We're just a little tiny ball, 24,000 miles wide, and everything the entire sky should just be the sun. It should these parallel light rays that are coming in. Right, the entire sky should just be the sun, but we see it converge down to a focal point that has an angular size of 0.5 degree. So the only way to describe that discrepancy is that there's a optical divergence and convergence there, and the question is, what's the rate of that deviation there? Right, if you're going to grant the hypothesis that the sun's like a physical object that large at that distance, etc., right? And not just because all they have is the angular size, right? But if you scale proportional to that distance, you can use scale invariance to role play out what it would have to be at that size, or to be at that distance, what size it would be. But anyway, to backwards say why we don't see it that way would be hyperbolic geometry in the visual field, and then also the other stars in the sky, right? They say that those are giant suns that are millions of times larger than the 860,000 kilometer wide sun.
Yeah,
that they
isn't
say.
our sun one of the smallest?
Right, it's a little baby, but every sun that we see in the sky, every baby sun that we see is like a little tiny dot. And so the discrepancy there could only be described by curved visual space. He's saying by astronomical observation, and he's saying that we see in a dome, and the reason for that is curved visual space. He talks about and he goes into the differences of the visual field versus the spatial field. And then we have a book from the early 1920s on astronomy, where they specifically state that the curvature, like while we see in a dome and it looks curved, it looks exactly curved, don't be tricked by charlatans. It's actually the Earth that's curved at the exact same rate. So if we have a dome of vision with a radius, right, and it's optically equivalent to what we see over the sky at any point, then, and we're using a coordinate system, a map that's based off of these references of how we perceive the sky in this curve at the exact same rate, and then how can we know for sure if it's the ground or if it's our eyes, right? But they just boldly assert and reaffirm that, well, of course it's the ground, right? And then he goes on to talk about Robotham and how he's a charlatan, but trying to trick people. And it's like, well, so far all you've done is, commit the classic fallacy, look in the sky and say that that's proof of the shape of the Earth. Which
kind of
is
their go-to.
Right. And if you actually null hypothesis this out, well, you're going to, you can't prove what it is. You can't prove what it is, but you can prove what it isn't. Right. So the whole purpose of this is to understand where the map came from. They're all equivalent. Some people say that a concave projection or a dipole projection, which is a southern azimuthal projection inverted 90 degrees, like but it's using the same latitude longitude system. Like all of these things are all the same, but like we're all deriving different cosmologies based off of the coordinate system. So like, that's cool. So like they all predict the same thing, and it's just like we all have different interpretations of it, but the bottom baseline is like the is what we're gonna go over is to determine the mutual exclusivity of the baseline of this coordinate system of what it represents.
And just, I'm not going to deviate the topic, but talking about the Gleason maps and the map, I understand the point of Jeran, because Jeran is you know, a guy that maybe 10 years in the flat earth, and of course maybe he's trying to address the final model. But I don't think that is something that we cannot talk anymore on use as a tool anymore, because after all, in the case of Jeran, and he mentioned the other day in his live stream that he understood the flat earth, the basic, thanks to Gleason map. When he talks with his wife, and he trying to explain that, no, because if this is if we didn't live on the sphere, we cannot go around the world, until he saw the Gleason map. So it's just a map. It's not the final word. But if you are a newbie, if you don't have any information about the flat earth, it's a good tool, not just in terms of the navigation, but also to present to new people. Any time that I went to television programs or to radio, I bring with me some graphics, and one of the graphics that I take with me is the Gleason map, because it's something that visually impact and erase or give another chance in the minds of the new ones of changing the spherical Earth to something that it's coherence. At least if you want to take until 60 parallel, and then it's just an approximation. Like in every tool of science, it is trying to get the best approximation of what the real world is. So for me, the Gleason map and that projection, still in the some cases when you need to talk with new people, is useful. Then if I going to go with from my home to Austin home, man, I take a plane, I use GPS, I take the car. It doesn't. I don't even look a map. We live in 2025, But I am not going to just drop in, throw into the trash a map that for me, for introductory talks, is still useful. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and you know what? Shout out to the boys and girls who went down there. Shout out to Jeran, Austin, and Lisbeth from the Flat Earth Gang over at the Clubhouse app. Shout out to them. They're awesome. It's better to know the truth now, because there was a lot of mystery surrounding the issue. Like, one of the big things for me, because one of the two things I watched a lot of as a flat earther when I was just like, consuming content was Jeran and GLOBEBUSTERS. And I remember it being brought up, that fake, or the footage where they would edit out the 8 hours every day. And it was just like, that's preposterous, dude. So it like lent a lot of doubt there. And then it was like, if you conceptualize the AE map like that, and I certainly did as well, it seemed like it was like, very intuitive, right? It was like, oh, obviously, right? But
they had this set up back in 2015. There was zero.
Yeah, for advanced
Zero.
For advanced flat Earth, it's not a first grade. It's just a first grade introduction. For the advanced flat Earth, you're not going to use the Gleason map, or at least you're going to address the real issues with the Gleason map. And you're going to specify, well, this is just for the ground projection. This is not meant to explain the whole cosmos, and especially without trying to put some layer of optics on top of the map. But for beginners, for introduction, for me, it's very useful. It's a race, not a race, but it's give you a real good fight with the images that we receive from the childhood, which is the spherical Earth. You need something to replace in your mind, because in the metaphysics of the brains, you need to put images. That is why in school we are teaching by images, because it's better than just make investigation and trying to create your own images of reality. That is why the famous phrase of the Truman Show, we accept the world that we are imposed to. So you need, when you are going to introduce a person that maybe received the same fucking image of a spherical earth 30 years in a row, you need to put something to compete with that in his mind. And for me, there is no other better projection than the Gleason. But Gleason is not meant to explain the whole complete universe. That for sure.
Yeah, and like there was a decree given by the king, so billions of dollars in today's money, tons of power and resources were required to even attempt to begin to do this. Tons of time was required to carry it out, to then go out and, map the coastlines, create a map, and then, eventually after they curate all this information and they hide a lot of it, like when Captain Cook goes and comes back and gives all of his documentation to the queen, and then she holds on to it for 6 years and sends him back out, and he never returns. And then only after 6 years does she supposedly release what he had, which they could have done whatever with. Long story short, they end up giving the world a world map, and then a decree that any publication of a world map must adhere to, that longitude latitude system effectively. And so if that was a lie, it would be very naive, or if they are lying about the Earth in general, it'd be very naive to think that we have an accurate depiction of it that's just given to us on a silver platter, right?
Yep.
So that's how I see that.
Yeah. And it's and on that note, like it's okay to be wrong, it was very humbling, I was like, there's no way they're gonna let you guys go. And then once there was like no lockdown or anything like that, I was like, oh shoot. But it was really good though, because in that humbling, it was like good to go back and re-examine everything. And it was like, what are the fundamentals? Like what actually happened? What can we do that substantiates our position in a mutually exclusive way? That's independent of the sky is basically, what this is, right? But it's like a lot of this is the history of how we got to where we're at and how optics are involved in yeah. So just to continue on here a little bit on optics, what Gauss figured out in the 1830s was that if you add up the angular excess of a triangle, you can derive the radius, like if it's based off of spherical excess. So when they started taking these zenith measurements of the stars, making this map and verifying the correctness of it, like Austin was just saying about this royal decree and the almanac that was referenced earlier, and that idealized position of the stars where they're going to go and follow up on these triangles using units of measurement that are derived from the coordinate system itself. And they find that they're off a little bit. And when they started, they have this thing called the celestial sphere, right? And this is where they have everything projected on the same plane, so it doesn't matter how far away you think the sun or the stars or any of the wandering stars are. They can be all considered at the same equidistant location in your dome of vision. And in relation to ground distances in the coordinate system used, that distance of 6210 would be like the length of measurement there that they're like for their baseline. So when they're at the zenith of a star, directly under, and they're looking up and it's off, they're they're interpreting these corrections as the ground being curved rather than an optical effect and the fact that the starlight already comes in at an angle and and that there's no and that unless you conceptualize it as like a physical entity, like a physical body that's moving, and you're looking at the apparent position rather than just an apparent position, then that distinction really gets lost, and you start to conceptualize the coordinate system as like physically representing reality, right? So when they go through these measurements, they're going to relate the amount of deviation from the perfect amount for the 90-degree angle. They're going to, which would total out to be 180 degrees. When they start to do these little tiny corrections, they're going to add up to a specific amount, and it's going to get them back to the radius of that celestial sphere so that they can validly use the latitude and longitude system. And they're justifying the offset when they triangulate that distance out. So over a 1 kilometer triangle, an equilateral triangle of 1 kilometer, the spherical excess is 0.002 arc seconds. That's imperceptible. No, like you would never, you might as well say it's flat at that point. So locally, the Earth is always flat. And then you expand that out to 248 kilometers. It's not, it's very, very minute, right? You can only get it over adding up large distances. So what they'll do is they'll do these giant things called geodetic surveying. They'll do like an arc of the parallel, which we'll go over here, where they take ground measurements, they take horizontal measurements, right? And then they take ground position measurements of stars by looking up and taking zenith measurements. And then they transform those to ground positions, and the deviations they're going to call spherical excess. So you can only get these by localized flat measurements like that are 180 degrees. And then because even in their data set, they have a bunch of measurements that are sub 180 degrees. But yeah, you can only get there through transformations and references to the stars, which was our hypothesis, right? So far, what we found out is all references to curvature of the ground and interpretations of cosmology come from this latitude and longitude system given to us by the king, which is just in relation to positions of the stars at a specific point of time. So that's extremely important to not forget, because when they go out to measure things, it's like in reference to what? Is the Earth measured flat, and like how flat's flat in reference to what? Is it so flat that when I go and look underneath a star, if I'm expecting it to come in parallel, is it so flat that if I do a cosine to a star and zenny it, is it going to be in the middle of my telescope? Like how can we substantiate the difference between optical and physical curvature here? And this is what the whole model of where to place the geography of the ground based on positions of the stars. And this is just what it looks like on this coordinate system. So anyway, if you took the distance from Boston to England to Cape Town, you would only have an angular excess of 0.00507 kilometers, and that's if you use Gauss's ratio that he figured out, that'll get you back to 3959. And this is, like I said, only established through it references to the stars, right? And everything we see in the sky is apparent, but the model is based off of the physical interpretation of like a actual physical body emitting a parallel light ray that's incoming, and it's only going to optically deviate based off of physical Earth curvature, meaning like you're tilted away from it now. at 69 miles per degree. So if you move 69 miles, the position of what you're looking at in the sky is only going to change because you're now tilted away from it, because it's coming in parallel, because this is the reference for how everything was derived. But the truth is, it's always apparent. There's no physical body. This is only an idealized snapshot for reference, right? It has no relation to the measurement of the ground. This is just for precision and accuracy. Because what you can do with this coordinate system, right, is, reference things down to the decimal point and distances with it, right? Like Yuri was saying, GPS is highly accurate. Well, based off of timing corrections and using this coordinate system, and everything in all distances being a ratio of the coordinate system, and they've even have a coefficient to make the speed of light a ratio of the coordinate system, to make it a meter, right? Light travels in meters per second. So all of this being used with timing offsets, is what makes this so accurate. Does it have anything to do with the ground? Well, we don't know yet, but we're just covering the apparentness, because some people will say, how does the sun set? Because they think it's like a physical object that's set behind a body, and then an apparent image is refracted up a little bit. But the truth is that it's always apparent, and we have documentation from a solar panel manual from the 60s describing how the sun moves across the sky in an arc based off of a dome that you see in, and they internalize it as an apparent position being projected into your localized dome. So this is exactly what is, what we describe when we talk about a personalized dome of vision. Everything you see in the sky is personalized to you. And of course, we have the moon. We have documentation from NASA describing the same thing, where they're talking about the position of the moon. They're like, well, there's a true position, and then there's apparent position. But obviously, you never see a difference, right? We only ever see the apparent position. But yeah, based on how it moves across the sky in a dome.
Yeah, in fact, can you go a little bit up in your presentation? Yeah, no, down. Sorry, there, you can stay there. But I like to see, of course, this is just a simplification of what I'm trying to address, which is the observation of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and the interaction with, a dome, refraction, hyperbolic lenses, or whatever. But for me, just for imagine, it's like the example that you have in that tiny picture above the diagram of NASA, which is the reflection of the sun. So if you are on the coastline, and the coastline is a circle, and you have people all around the 360 degrees around a circular coastline, every person is going to have the personal view of the reflection of water. It's just one object, but it's going to aim to that people. It doesn't matter if it's 360 degrees variation. And if you rise up, you're gonna see the local reflection of the sun in the water just to you. You are not going to see this long reflection in the water. You're gonna see just a circular spot in the water reflected to you, and the other person 180 degrees difference is gonna see the same reflection but aiming to him, and the other person in another location of that circular coastline is gonna see the same spot in the water reflecting to him. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. So this is just
absolutely. Or if you can see the screen, I actually have some bigger images pulled up. Yeah, dude, 100%. It's all localized to you. You'll never see your friend's ray coming to them. They'll never see yours. Someone on the complete opposite side will have one coming to them.
Yes,
it's all personal.
The problem
yep. Sorry, go ahead. You're nailing it.
No, it's okay. But just for people that trying to understand what I'm saying, the problem here is that in this case we have a really really thick and dense material, which is the water, with waves and distortions and bumps. That is why you receive this long tail of reflection to your feet. But in the case of the skies, we are leading with novel gases, which is almost transparent. So we don't have that thick distortion. We have a little bit of chromatic aberration and stellar aberration, and we see that with the sun because we can see the glare of the sun twinkling and stretching and blah blah blah. But we don't see this type of reflection as in the water because the air is not solid like the water. So that is the idea in my mind when I trying to interpret this idea of having one local source light but being reflected in these extreme areas because the sky, quote unquote sky, I mean the cosmos or whatever is up there, behaves in a hyperbolic way. That's my opinion.
Good stuff, Hiro.
Well said, Iru. Absolutely, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, the personal celestial sphere, the celestial dome, a vision. It's like, you know, a gift from God, personal for you. The heavens rotate around you, and that's how you perceive them. And we're going to get into some examples of optical curvature. So a really good example is anti-corpuscular rays and corpuscular rays. I know if you go to YouTube and go to P-Brain's channel and search anti-corpuscular rays, he's got some really good examples of it. If you go to Shane's channel, what's that?
Have you ever got to witness?
I haven't. I haven't. I didn't. I haven't. I didn't know what it was, and I was like freaking out. I was like, "Is there a second sun?"
Yeah, I got lucky one day. We were leaving work, and my buddy's tire was flat. It was like going flat, so we had to change it. And there was a cloud just in the right spot. It probably only happened for like 10 minutes. But while I was standing outside while he's changing the tire, and all of a sudden it started happening, these big, huge bands were like going up the whole sky and then up above me and then down, like I was in a train tunnel or something. And then they all converged on the other side. I have pictures of it. This is when I was carrying, my camera was like attached to my hip at the time. I was studying the sun. Yeah, I don't have any of the pictures on this computer. I'm going to have to get those on this computer, but all my sky observations. But yeah, it does happen, and it's so weird looking when you see it. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. And if you go to Taboo Conspiracy's YouTube channel, he's got some bangers on sky observations and clouds. Like I referenced earlier, how at sunset from the ground perspective, it looks like, you know, the sun is setting below the mountain and it's casting a shadow, but that's just perspective. When you go on top of the mountain, you see it's casting down from above, and the sun's never below the horizon, like in that way. Because, you know, geometrically speaking, otherwise the shadow would be completely different. And that's it, and that's mutually exclusive, right? So anyway, what we're going to look at here real quick is an anti-corpuscular shadow from Taboo Conspiracy. So this is a really good representation of curved visual space and how light, like, okay, grant parallel light rays, right? Euclidean space, right? But we perceive everything in curved visual space. And I think a great example of this optically is this video here. So I didn't share the audio, unfortunately, but we only need to make a quick reference here to how this looks. So from one side to the other, sun setting over there, and then that's what it looks like across. So we have an anti-corpuscular shadow, right? This is due to our perspective, things wrapping around us. So the idea of having a dome of vision and a radius of it and things wrapping around you optically in the sky, This is a great example of it. Highly recommend this video. I'll put a link in the thing for everyone. You can share that for me, Zach, when you get a chance.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Thank you, sir. Great video. And then, like I said, if you check his mountain shadows, if you search mountain shadows on his channel, you'll have a great playlist to check out. Because this is like, it's geometrically irrefutable on that. So there's some things that are just, that have just gone unanswered. And let's see here. So anyway, that's just a good example of that in terms of optics and perception. Because moving forward and understanding the sky and how the coordinate system was derived and how all of the modern cosmologies are all using the same coordinate system for, internalizing or, determining, what's going on with the ground.
Oh, I found it. I did make a video of it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was the craziest thing. Let me get this. Yeah, I was doing all my videos from a phone back then. It was difficult. A cheap phone at that. It wasn't a nice phone. But that was one of those things Jeran told me. It was like, well, not me, but just told everybody, and was like, you don't need to have the best equipment to do this. I'm doing this from a phone. And I was like, well, if he's doing what he's doing from a phone, then I could do something, not nearly as good. But with my cheap phone, I can just put out information too. So yeah, he was one of the reasons that I even started. I was like, wow, if he's doing it from a phone, I can do it from a phone. Yeah, my first couple hundred videos were from a phone.
Oh yeah. Keeping it old school.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so in reference to curvature, right, and substantiating the correctness of the coordinate system, when they went to go take their measurements, geodetic surveying is actually more aptly called astrogeodetic surveying, because what we're going to find out is that all measurements of the ground are dependent on celestial observations. And the comparison and the transformation between the two is where we get the curvature from. But what was found experimentally in the 1800s, well, after this coordinate system had been, substantiated, decreed, put in use, made to be real, model substantiated of physical ground curvature based, off of correction angles to the true positions, etc. Right. What was found experimentally in the 1800s from Arago was that starlight already comes in at an angle and it's always apparent. So what he did was introduce a crystal prism half covering his telescope, and when starlight intersected the center point of it, if the Earth was in motion, the angle would have to increase to keep the starlight in the center. He would have to tilt his telescope forward a little bit, but he found that he didn't have to, which indicates the Earth is stationary, but also shows that the starlight is apparent. It's always coming in at a horizontal drift. So this telescope angle has been drastically tilted, for exaggeration, for clarity or whatever. But more accurately, this telescope would be at 90 degrees looking straight up, and then he would have the apparent position, and then he would reference that from that true position, from the almanac reference, the idealized triangle situation, and then there would be a deviation when he puts in that crystal prism, but there isn't any. So it shows that it's always apparent. There's never any motion to it.
So they really
anyway,
affected even more than just putting the water in it. Admin
Well,
Prism, that was genius.
Well, that was before the water. So then
Okay.
So then later, a guy named Clinkerfuse was like, "Hey, this is slightly unrelated, but this is in relation to the positions of the stars and the accuracy when they go to complete that triangle, and the means that they would go to establish the accuracy on their end, right?" So so yeah. Anyway, a guy named Clinkerfuse said that he had did an observation where he filled a telescope with turpentine, and he measured an angle increase that substantiated Earth's orbital velocity based off of stellar aberration, which is a deviation in position from the quote unquote true position of a star throughout the course of a year, and they attribute that to Earth's motion, cosmologically. But obviously, when you introduce water or when you introduce a medium, if there's an angle increase, then that would indicate that that due to the timing offset, you would have to be moving out from underneath the incoming light, and you would be like, okay, bam. But and they would share a ratio relationship with your cosmological velocity, etc. But anyway, what he had here was a vertical mount spindle that had a telescope on it that could be rotated at 180 degrees on a horizontal axis, a double level here, double spirit level to make sure that it was level. And then he had a micrometer eyepiece, which is basically a micrometer wire. And in using a grid of that, which I should have a picture of, sadly, one second. Anyway, using... One second, this is kind of important.
It's amazing how much time and thought went into
dude,
trying to figure this stuff out.
This was no joke. If you guys want to see a really good breakdown of this, go to BitChute, go type Man of Stone. In his latest Aries failure video, he has a way of breaking down the importance and precision of of technical specs and making it presentable, like the significance of it. That is just it's great. There's no one like it who can represent that more accurately. So definitely check that out. But to give a quick rendition of the importance here is using this micrometer wire grid formation and referencing the true position of a star and having it being perfectly level and the offset and all of that. They established that the starlight already comes in at that angle and there's no motion, but obviously mathematically they come up with some ways to explain that away. But this was a highly precise measurement, and they would relate one of these micrometers, which is 1/1,000,000th of a meter, right? If you were to break it into a fraction, the width of this wire, they would relate that to 1 arc second in the sky. So that's how precise they were, and how they were taking these measurements, how they were using these instruments at this time. So when I talk about the geodetic surveying lads referencing the sky and taking zenith measurements, and they're looking up and they're referencing deviations from true positions and all these things, this is how they're doing it.
Man.
So anyway, yeah, Aries showed that there was no motion and that the light already comes in at an angle. And the whole crux of the globe model, the heliocentric model, is the interpretation that optical curvature plays no part in the perception of the sky, and any deviation is due to in parallel light rays and based off of your position on a sphere. And then when they went around to take measurements, that's how they came up with the ellipsoid, right? So the correction angle offsets that I talked about earlier, how it comports back to a certain radius. If you have using Gauss's theorem, you can use that relationship to establish a sphere. This is how this was all derived. So just positions of the stars. Earlier I talked about in the coordinate systems, you can just represent instead of using land masses, you can just use star positions. So here's the positions of the stars on an azimuthal projection. So yeah, like that snapshot, that idealized snapshot in the sky that they take on the vernal equinox, which is called the first cusp of Aries, that they're using for the reference for celestial navigation, which is all tied to your dome of vision, and then using units of measurement derived from the coordinate system itself to do plane trig to give positions to locations on the ground. This is what it's all in reference to in the sky.
Wow. I've never seen that chart before. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go AFK for a second.
I'm wondering why they're broken up the way that they are. You can see that it's just weird. It kind of looks like our time and date map. Yeah. That is wild looking.
While he steps away, I will check out Kofi.
We did have a trip over on Rockfin as well.
Cool. So we got just one so far. AB, thank you for the $10 on Kofi. How do you plan on winning Jeran back? I mean,
from where did he go somewhere?
Yeah, winning him back. He just said that what he claimed about the AE model and thought this entire time was wrong, and that he has the responsibility of owning up, being honest, saying he was wrong, and that's what he's doing. So winning him back, he's basically challenging people to come up with alternative explanations for the 24-hour sun, and he thinks that if he really kind of puts out that challenge, it'll help motivate people and potentially expedite like a breakthrough or an explanation. I know this to be the case factually. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, winning someone back. For one, I'm not in a cult and I don't proselytize people, nor do I try to convince them to think like me. But yeah, I mean, Jeran has obviously done a ton of work exposing a lot of these lies, and that should speak for itself. He's just being honest about how his interpretation of a specific model was incorrect, and that he currently isn't sure or convinced of an explanation for the 24-hour sun. On Rockfin, we have a $10 tip from Leland Wilt. Much love, y'all. Much love to you, brother. Thank you so much. And again, if you want to support the stream, go to kofi.com/globebusters. That is pinned at the top. The Glove $5 super chat. Why does ALE, the owner of Union Glacier, have only like 4 reviews on Google over like 10 years when it literally owns everything and hosts the trips? I don't know. I mean, there's verification of people going to Union Glacier for many, many years, but there aren't, in the grand total of people that have been there, in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that many. Maybe they don't feel the need to go review it on Google, would be my guess. But thank you for the
I don't review anything.
Yeah. I don't even know how long. I don't know how long they've had their stuff up where it could be reviewed on Google. Who goes to Google reviews to decide where they're going to go in Antarctica? There's only 3 companies that operate in a way that can bring you into Antarctica. So it's not like you have a plethora of options. If you're going to try to go from South America, you're going to go probably through ALE. There's another company like White Desert. It's more bougie, basically. It's twice the price, but it has nicer rooms, basically. Yeah. So there's that. And again,
twice the price though. It's already a price.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. Yeah. From my Philip Wright is the only person that's input a question. Again, if you have a question about what Alan is presenting or the subject, you can go to the questions Q&A section up at the top. Just click on it. It's under the pinned tweet. So on YouTube, go up to the questions. It separates them from the rest of the chat, and we'll go through your questions. Philip Wright, from my understanding, the atmospheric distance is a function of optical aperture and light wavelength. Is there an aperture size and wavelength combination to replicate the dome on a small scale?
Yeah. Shane, if you go to his database, he's got a bunch of spreadsheets for that specifically. And you can change the diameter and the aperture.
Nice.
And yeah, because it's all a ratio of the same thing. So yep, absolutely.
Very cool. All right, back at you when you're ready, bro.
Yep. All right. So let's see here. Thank you for covering for me. Much appreciated. And shout out to Leland. He's a good lad.
Yeah.
All right.
Good guy. He's saying that Kofi kicks his card, so that's why he's been putting it onto Rockfin.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for GLOBEBUSTERS, it's connected to me, and I seem to not be a lot of payment processors' favorite person for whatever reason. So
Yeah, that sucks.
I'm working on that. I'll give an update on that later. I'm working on that, but all right.
Nice. Yeah. So what have we learned so far? That the Earth measures flat. The Earth measures curved. If you make no assumptions, blah blah blah. If you assume Euclidean geometry and yes, for the spatial and visual field, if you X, Y, Z, right? We have measurements, but we have some disagreement on the what it could be. So we have to have a reference for something, some external reference, right? Flat or curved in reference to what? And it turns out it's going to be the stars. So as we move on through geodetic surveying, everything is going to be when they go and take these zenith measurements, they do what's called a deflection of the vertical, which is where they have that idealized conception and they're looking up through their telescopes or theodolites, and how they're compensating for the deviation here is by assuming that the ground is tilted. So this is where they came up with the ellipsoid model. This is when they talk about a reference ellipsoid and a geoid, right? These are two different models that intersect at different locations that amount to an explanation as to why when I do a cosine to this star, it's not directly above my eye in the centerpiece of my telescope when I look up. Why? Right? So and one's a gravitational model, right? One's not even like conceptually real. The other one's like, okay, maybe the ground's tilted, right? Like, okay, fair. It's like, okay, fair enough, right? Maybe it's an ellipsoid, because they always talk about, well, it's not a perfect geoid, right? It's not a perfect sphere. It's a geoid. It's almost a geoid. Where does that come from? From these little tiny
cue ball.
From these little tiny measurements, guys. Like, to give a quick reference to the units of measurement that are used here. This is all done in arc seconds, and let's see what that is here. So if you take a protractor, and you conceptualize this as our arc of vision, like 180 degrees, and then conceptually this would wrap around for 360 degrees, but for this example, consider this just your frontal field of view. So you have this dome outward and vertical. And if you were to break up 1 degree of that into 60 sections, you would have 1 arc minute. And then if you broke your minutes up into 60 seconds, you would have 60 arc seconds per minute. So you could break 1 degree up to 1/3,600th of a degree. And then when you get into modern astronomy, where they say they have, high altitude observations where there's less refraction and quote unquote satellites at altitudes in a vacuum, which, could just be high altitude planes, etc. But where they say that they have these vacuum observations where there's no refraction, they mathematically extrapolate through digital analysis that they can get down to, 1/3,600th of a degree, 600 millionth of a degree.
Oh.
Yeah, and 1/3,600 millionth of a degree. So these units are just for funsies. But in the more practical sense, you could definitely, get something around in the arc seconds for sure, and like sub arc seconds a little bit. But when it gets into this, it's just like, all right, my dude, it's a bit much. And then over specific distances, and depending on what you're doing, like, you know, the validity of the angle comes into question and what it represents. And that's, you know, is it an optical effect, or is it due to physical ground deviation, right?
That's the thing that always got me was, how do you know the building you're in is in the exact same place it was last year when you made this observation?
The stars.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
Dude, it's so funny. We've been wobbling, tilting, oscillating, galaxies processing, moving at 60 zillion, you know, 5 different directions with respect to the CMB. Yet, with this, the most accurate coordinate system established ever known to man, as decreed by the king in 1776, is in reference to the positions of the stars at a specific time from the first nautical almanac, which is the first cusp of Aries. You could look it up on Wikipedia. It's called the first cusp of Aries. All celestial navigation of anything of importance, right? Like they'll talk about parallax and how, oh, well, you can derive a true position to a star and it means that's 90 zillion light years away, but none of that matters. Conceptually, all that matters is if you're trying to use this map, if you're trying to use latitudes and longitudes, if you're trying to use those to tell where you're at, you're using a equidistant position for everything in the star or everything in the sky distributed on a web at a limit that would correspond to 6218 for a terrestrial distance. So in other words, you can see in one hemisphere of the coordinate system, right? And then if you go to the south at the equator, you would start, you know how when you look up at the equator, you see the diverging star field?
mm-hmm.
So so repeating the same process, you have 2 hemispheres. You represent those as mathematical coordinate systems. When you merge them together, the only difference between a star setting due to it being at the limit of your optical vision, you know, your radius of vision, which is has the equivalence to the celestial sphere, as we went over earlier. There's a complete equivalence there. So anyway, these are where these terms and these models come from when they get into surveying and references. And if you want to learn about the arc of the parallel and these comparisons to the positions of the stars and the corrections on the assumed correctness of the model based off of a reference ellipsoid, and then where they start to introduce further corrections when they got more accurate with the surveying. But if you want to learn more about it, you can go to mctune.net/SE for spherical excess. And this is the birth of where they went around to verify like the accuracy more than they did with the ellipsoid model when they did early surveying. And anyway, so this is the additional corrections where they say that, okay, to further explain why the positions were off, they said, okay, there must be a gravitational anomaly here, and to maintain a perpendicular relationship to, you know, gravity going to the center of a sphere falling off at r squared, we have to tilt our telescope. And this is where the geoid model comes from. When you look at the WGS84 model and you see that ball, that heat map looking ball, that's a density gradient, or that's like a gradient of gravitational potential corrections. And you'll never guess where the biggest corrections are done, guys. It's all in Australia and in the South.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so like these deflections of the vertical things, this is like free reign to correct your model. So imagine I said to you, imagine this was presented in such a way that I was like, that the cosmology was like, you know, that the Earth is flat, and you were thinking that the Earth is a ball, and you were trying to challenge me, and I said, well, my margin of error due to gravitational vectors and some other anomaly, I can deflect my plumb bob by 30 arc seconds, right? I can change this plus or minus 30 arc seconds for flatness, right? You would be like, get out of town, dog.
Yeah.
Right.
Just,
So this
just
is
widen the goalpost as wide as the end zone.
right.
Man. It's
Yeah,
crazy how
it's-
they do this throughout history too. You see this happen time and time and time again, where they run into an issue and they just kind of go like, we'll just draw a 0 here. And put the real thing over in the ledger. It's not like a one-off.
Oh, dude, yeah, with the yeah,
Rayleigh's or no,
your boy right here in 1943 on the apparent position of negative parallax, like how to deal with it. And he says, oh, you know what? Well, it's just a statistical anomaly, right? Because the parallax all has to be going in the same direction, but they make observations where it goes in the opposite direction. Because their causation for the parallaxes, they say, is Earth's motion, and they share ratios with their cosmology to substantiate an angle to a physical location to a star at some distant point. And to do all that, it all has to be going in a specific direction. And the fact that it doesn't, they're like, okay, well, what do we do? And he's like, okay, well, we can do a statistical analysis provided by Frank Dyson Watson shows that it's just margin of error and it's all fine because we know the Earth's motion is the cause. So like don't worry, dude. Fret not, young lad.
Yeah, it's just error. No problem.
And
And
then
it's crazy because the amount is like 3 to 4 times that it goes in the correct direction. It like jumps back tremendously when it does. And it's not all the stars in the sky are doing it. It's just certain stars. And they just say, no big deal. We just messed up on the measurement that time. That's insane.
Yeah, it's absurd. And then so like the second thing they'll say is, okay, well, maybe we know that, the stars seem to be all binary stars systems. So maybe due to like a gravitational anomaly, it's because it's like rotating at a faster rate around a central axis or whatever at a faster speed, that its luminosity is changing. And due to that brightness offset, because it's actually in a different position because of the gravitational anomaly being a binary system, that that's the reason. And then if that's not good enough, right, they'll say just use a different reference star because maybe the fixed star that you're using moved. And it's like, dude, you're just changing your reference post, which is now we're
that's your baseline.
Now we've teetered into unfalsifiability now.
And then they found out that groups of stars will all move. Sometimes it's not just one star, but this whole cluster of stars all will step back. And then what do they say? They just
talk
keep
about
adding on.
They talk about that in the supplemental nautical almanac about how every year it's a little different, and no matter how precise their calculations and algorithms are for prediction, they always have to make slight modifications. And it's like infuriating because their math is perfect and elegant, and they have to it's like disrespect. They take it as like a disrespect. Like internally, you get that vibe.
It's some mental gymnastics they have to do to get this stuff done. It's crazy.
Yep. And then throughout the arc of the parallel measurements, obviously using refraction coefficients and lateral refraction coefficients, they can just increase any optical measurement into Earth's radius, and then any correction deviations will be due to gravitational offsets in reference to the stars. So this is where all this comes from, right? With like really refraction is obviously a real thing. It changes the apparent horizon. Their interpretation is that at some point it's actually physical and it causes an obstruction. And we're pretty deep into this presentation and we're yet to substantiate any physical Earth curvature that's independent of reference of the stars. And no physical outcome that's different yet that would have to occur, like in reference to the shadows of the mountaintops that we went over earlier. But this is just a history on the coordinate system here. So we'll continue on here. With this freedom of unfalsifiability, any horizontal observation automatically becomes refraction, based off of the assumed correctness and internalization of the coordinate system. And like I said earlier, the largest corrections are in the south, like you would expect if our interpretation of the coordinate system was that outward concentric rings are more representation of where we live rather than two hemispheres merged together to make a globe. Okay. Anyway, we went over the units of measurement already, but just again to recap, we're dealing with arc seconds here, so just angles of a circle here.
And possible measurements at that.
Yeah,
Arc seconds they could do.
Yeah, especially when you get into the specifics, which Shane has gone into great detail on for the geodetic surveying, for the corrections and the air margins. Like the spherical excess ends up being smaller than the air margin. And it's like they've just mathematically extrapolated it out of the ability to use Gauss's theorem to get back to the same ratio, or you're using that ratio to get back to the same radius. So as long as they so any optical measurement taken on any given day based on any optical condition, using refraction coefficients will get you just about to that that amount of spherical excess. But then they needed a little bit more, right? So that's where they started saying, oh, the reason that it's off must be a gravitational potential correction. That's absurd, right? That's just like, okay, cool, man. Cool. So to show what that looks like, we're at the ellipsoid and the geoid. So they say, it's an oblate spheroid and all this stuff. That's the ellipsoid model. But this is all just based off of positions of a star. And then the sphere here would be the celestial sphere being transposed onto the ground. So to kind of recap a nice visual of what is being done here, they have idealized triangles in the sky and on a celestial sphere, and they're putting them on the ground. And when they go and take their zenith measurements, they're not adding up like they should. So they determine that the amount of excess is to fit into the coordinate system that they can make everything work with the timing and accuracy for everything is due to Earth being an actual sphere. Now, because you can't actually measure curvature in any meaningful way, especially without an external reference, all you could do is, just say that, just have all horizontal measurements comport to a certain threshold, that when you do a transformation and correction and reference the stars, that you get an angular excess that gives that's a ratio of the 3959 radius. So like they've got their predetermined models and references, like that's where the reference ellipsoid comes from, right? Like it's the assumed correctness and the deviations from that, and then the geoid intersects with that to explain any further deviations.
And when Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it's, pear-shaped or chubby,
yep.
I wasn't joking when I said it's as perfect as a cue ball sphere. Like if you blew or shrunk the Earth down to the size of a cue ball, it would actually be more accurate than most cue balls to being a perfect sphere. That's how much it's off. Like you could use it to play pool. It's, for all intents and purposes, in my opinion, the globe model is a perfect sphere. It's
Yeah.
about as perfect as you can get.
It's it's literally based off of a celestial sphere model. When you look at where the people were asking, hey, British Crown that gave us the nautical almanac, where did you get these true positions and corrections and all this stuff? And that's when they released the supplemental nautical almanac and astronomical almanac and American ephemeris correction table thing. And it's like a little history excerpt on how they went and took these measurements, and then, in relation to where they assumed they would be, the deviations are how they came up with the reference ellipsoid, right? But it's all based off of a perfect sphere model for this with a certain radius for the celestial sphere, and then it's deviations from that on the ground. And all they did was transform the curvature from the sky to the ground, the classic. But we've done enough on the history of that. But quick recap, the king decreed all this in 1776, hired people to make the coordinate system usable for two people to circumnavigate in opposite directions of one another using it. And there, he put out a bounty for what the equivalent would be $2 million today. So this is what we're using with. So anyway, let's get into mutually exclusive evidence now that we know the history of the coordinate system and the cosmologies that are associated with the reference to it. So mutually exclusive proof here of a globe substantiating physical curvature with a radius of 3959 would be if a shadow sets, if a sun sets due to Earth curvature, due to us rotating away from it, or the sun rotating away from us, just moving away from us, but being physically obstructed by curvature, because there could be a geocentric ball equivalent. Not to discount the boys, but what would happen here is the shadows would cast higher than the objects themselves. So what you would see is the shadow as the Earth rotates away, or whatever, as the physical Earth curvature starts to obstruct that, and the sun is going below the physical horizon. This shadow is going to climb this wall, and it's going to be higher than the object casting it. And then also the example of this window here, casting a shadow, the shadow is going to exceed the height of the window, and then it's going to also abruptly end due to the Earth curvature, due to a 15-degree per hour relationship and being physically obstructed. There's going to be an abrupt end to the shadow that's just going to sweep across the land and just, every darkness, right? A prediction where the Earth is planar and the sun is always above us and it's moving away, and the light distribution is moving away due to the noble gases, like Erie was talking about earlier, due to the magnetic field. But as that focal point that we associate, and with the ground position of it overhead, as that moves away in relation to us, we start to, what we would expect to see is that these shadows would start to climb the wall, and then they would stop. Some might not even reach the wall. And then this shadow casted by the window would never exceed the height of the window. It would actually slow down as it increases in height, and then it would fade out. That would be the prediction for the flat Earth, because we all hear like a sunset's impossible on a flat Earth. Well, a sunset is a two-part argument, right? There has to be a corresponding shadow set, and this is, a geometric argument here that has to be one way or the other. That's mutually exclusive. So remember, we're doing the null hypothesis where we're going over mutually exclusive evidence now. Now that we've understood that the optical equivalence is there for celestial observations and the coordinate system that we use, and the different projections and the validity of them and how they're all valid, etc. We're looking at mutually exclusive evidence for the interpretation now of is the curvature coming from our eyes, or is it coming from the ground? So if it's coming from the ground, this has to go a certain way here. If it's coming from the flat, if it's coming from another observation, another mechanism, like we propose, then then the outcome will be what we predict. So here's what that would look like. Here's a little truncated version. There is a video you guys can check out that I have a link to here. Copy URL. send that to Zach. If you could put that out for everyone.
Absolutely.
It's a mirror of Taboo's video, and I also merged Man of Stone's video in it, where he actually took a measurement in his house because he has a window facing the sunset. So we can actually see the effect that is predicted. So shout out to Taboo Conspiracy and shout out to Shadow Reveal who made this model. Now, some arguments against it are that this isn't to scale, and the purpose of this isn't to be to scale. It's to just show you what would happen in an example that is to scale, right? Because that's what would geometrically have to happen if the Earth was interpreted in the way, if the interpretation of the coordinate system as given to us is correct. But what actually happens, as noted by Stone here, the shadow climbs up the wall. It stops it right here. It never exceeds the height of the window, and then it just fades out. For the full video here, you guys can check that out. But for brevity here, I'm not going to play it. But it's definitely worth checking out to see the difference here. He goes over the entire model, and you can see the differences there. So next up, now that we've gone into great detail on the coordinate system and the different projections that we see, we're going to look at circumpolar orbits and circumpolar navigation terrestrially. Right? They tell us that satellites and the ISS and these things are going around a ball and they're coming up around the other side. And we have their exact projections from equirectangular projections that are publicly available. And now that we know that the coordinate system is invariant under transformation, and all you have to do is apply the corresponding azimuthal direction preserving aspect correction to the coordinate system. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Corresponding correction. These all represent the exact same thing. So we can use an equirectangular projection of circumpolar orbits and navigation and transform them to different maps, different projections to see if they truly represent a route that is taking place where you're going over the side of a ball and coming up around the other side of it. So here we have what this would look like on a ball. So imagine you're coming up from the South Pole and you're coming up to the North Pole, and then now you're coming down from the North Pole to the South Pole and you're wrapping back around, right? If the Earth were a ball, because circumnavigation east-west could go either way if we live on a plane and the coordinate system is best represented by concentric circles outward versus a ball, like physically, to explain the geometry of the sky. Right. So we're taking examples of orbits here. So what this would look like on a equirectangular projection, what they typically show us for for satellites and the ISS, et cetera, is they'll show you this, but it'll have a spirograph projection on it. So we'll see what that transforms into if this is what it's going to look like. So remember, the correct way that a circumpolar orbit would look like is this pink line, and then it would be represented by you're coming down the ball, coming back up around, you're going down. This is what it would look like. And then when you transform that on an AE, going up the ball, down the ball, back around, up the ball, down the ball. So if this pink line represents your orbit, all of these are valid under transformation. This is what these would represent. Okay. So when we look at all publicly available satellite orbits and everything that's available, we get these nice spirographs here for our equirectangular projection. When we do the corresponding transformation for an azimuthal projection, we get outward concentric figure eights that do not represent going over a ball. Looks very reminiscent to the geometry of a paracel with the flux lines, not to be confused with the magnetic lines of force, which are perpendicular to the flux lines. If you dropped little magnets over the paracel, they would align perpendicular to what you're like observing in the curve. But yeah, it looks just like the flux lines there. but more importantly, they're making giant figure eights in the sky, and they don't represent going over a ball. Like if they did, then this would be shown under transformation. It wouldn't look like this. It would only look like this if you were doing a giant loop in the sky.
Well, yeah, this is why when they show a globe projection, it looks so off. Like when they're showing, oh, this is what, the satellite's doing. It looks like it's going up and down and north and south, like it's
Yep.
doing a squiggly line. But when you put it on the AE map, it's like a perfect circle all of a sudden.
Yep. And this shows for all orbits, and they even have there's some new Japanese satellites that have some quote unquote circumpolar mini orbits, and when you look at them, they're literally just doing little tiny figure eights in the sky. It's like a baby analemma in the sky. That's all they're doing there. So none of these show that they're mutually exclusive to a ball. And then we get into the Pan Am flights. We get into the one more orbit, and some different instances where there was claimed to be circumpolar navigation terrestrially via plane. And none of these, when you take the route and transform them, correspond to what was shown earlier, which would be the correct transformation. And I'm just kind of skimming through this because I don't want it to be super lengthy. I know it's been going on for a while, but this is important because when called out on this, the company that was doing the one more orbit, they were like, oh, you know what? This route is just for marketing purposes. It doesn't represent the true route. It's like, oh, snap, for real? Okay, well, that's unfortunate. So this is all just, it's just a marketing mistake. Oopsies. So none of these have ever represented the correct going around the ball and coming up around. So this is mutually exclusive to a plane so far. So when you take all their paths, all they do is they'll make a giant loop. They never do the transformation that would be necessary, or the path never makes the corresponding route under transformation to facilitate, true north-south over a ball. So here we have it again, just a loop for the Pan Am. And if anyone has any circumpolar navigation claims or whatever, send them to, if you have an I need the data. Obviously you can't just list it and then not have any data, but if you have the equirectangular projection, send it to me. My email is allen.spaceaudits@gmail.com, and we'll do the transformation and see if it truly represents what is claimed. So go ahead and send that. But yeah, every instance that's been claimed where we went and got the route, none of it ever matched what is actually predicted. Now we get in, yeah, super unfortunate. Now we get into another geometric falsification of the interpretation of the coordinate system, or convexity or concavity, based off of a radar system that was used in World War II with intersecting beams that have a overlapping, that when an overlapping signal is intersected, a coherent tone is produced that a plane flies through at a specific altitude. So this isn't like an optical thing where you're like, oh, I'm looking at this mountain on this day, maybe there's refraction, maybe the sun say, maybe God changed Coke to Pepsi or whatever kind of thing. This is a physical, measurement. Like a plane has to fly at a specific altitude. This beam has to be intersected at the corresponding altitude, so that it can produce a tone, so that the bomber that's flying in the center of this beam will know when to drop his bomb. And they're referencing the latitude and longitude coordinate system, right? They're referencing that spherical coordinate system to dial in the coordinates to where they have these beams intersecting. So the British intersected intercepted signals from the Enigma encryption or whatever, and it had the latitude and longitudes of a target in Derby of a factory, and it had the latitude and longitude coordinates of the positions of the radar towers themselves. And when using plane trigonometry, one of the British royal officers that was in charge of radar and other communications and intelligence, he was like, okay, this is what would have to happen. This is how it would have to work. This is what frequency they'd have to be using. This is what the beam geometry would be. And he correctly predicted the accuracy of that center of that intersecting beam. Because remember, a plane has to fly through not just any part of this beam, but in a center portion that's a specific width based off of the starting geometry of the beam based off of the radar system itself. And it has to maintain that geometry so that it's effective over target, so that at a certain distance, due to natural dispersion, it's only going to be a certain amount of in width, so that it maintains effective usefulness for a plane to bomb a target accurately. So to get
Genius. Just genius.
Yeah. And yeah, dude, it's awesome. So it was based off of a system that was used to land planes at night. So it's a line of sight specific radar system that uses a specific frequency. And then the Germans were like, hey, if we just extend this out, can we just fly a plane in this signal and then have it intersect with another one and then, drop bombs? And it turns out you totally can. And the British, a couple of years prior to this, had thought of the same system, but then they thought it wouldn't work because of Earth curvature. Because this is a line of sight radar system, because this is all dependent on beam geometry. These are physical measurements based off of specific wavelengths and frequencies that are going to change at certain distances, unobstructed. To put this at specific altitudes to be useful or accuracy.
Didn't the British after this happen? They were like, no, I don't care about curvature. Try this. Do it. Wasn't there something like that happened?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, the guy that did that trigonometry that I was talking about earlier, that figured out what the specifics would have to be for it to work. When he was presenting the data for this, he met heavy resistance because everyone was like, dude, this isn't going to work. The Earth's a ball. It's going to be physically obstructed. This would be completely useless at 30 to 50 miles. So he had a buddy come up with some calculations, and then that buddy withdrew them. And then when you go to look into the historical narrative, you could never actually find any specific calculations to substantiate what was even put forward as an explanation, being refraction or diffraction or ionospheric bounce or anything like that. But anyway, there was heavy resistance there, but then Churchill was like, you know what, just send up some boys to scan for radar signals of your predicted frequency and see what's up. So they went and did it, and they measured the beam width being 400 to 500 being 400 to 500 yards wide over about 50 miles shy of the target. And then at the corresponding location where it was going to be intersected at from the other location at Stolberg, they were 50 miles to the east of Derby, which was the target where the factory was. And they measured the beam width there. It would have been, based on the plane trig, it would have been about 600 miles. It would have been about 600 yards wide at that intersection point. So this is like, confirmation that this system worked and they could use it, and they left it on all day. Like this was such a surprise. Like the British had no idea that this was a thing. The Germans were overly confident and left the radar system on during the day. They left it on 24/7. So if they had just not left it on and they had scanned for that night, the one night that was approved, it wouldn't have been detected. But they were just they were just careless. And then after they realized they had detected it and whatever, and had countermeasures. They started turning them off and stuff. But yeah, they were just leaving them on all day because they were like, nobody knows. We got the death ray on you at all time, and you don't even know.
Wow.
But yeah, so a quick, it's pretty awesome. And then a straightforward, an orthographical view here of the geometric issue here is that we got a plane that has to fly through this radar system. This radar signal. And the radar system is over here. Target's over here. If the radar hits the ground and there's diffraction or anything like that, there's two possible solutions here. Diffraction would create incoherent bouncing and ruin the beam geometry, and you couldn't adjust the width of the equisignal. And as we're going to look at in the technical specs, adjusting the equisignal at distance, for precision over distance is a big part of this system. So that's off the table, that you could have it diffract and then just naturally work itself out. Now, diffraction meaning like for omnidirectional radio propagation, if you were to send out like a radio signal and it hits a hill or a building and half of the signal gets cut off, as soon as the rest of the signal clears that obstruction, it's going to expand out, right? That's diffraction. If that starts to happen, then this entire system is going to start overlapping and create like pseudo equisignals, which is how the British actually ended up jamming the signal. For part of their countermeasures was creating pseudo equisignals. And so that would completely ruin everything. You couldn't adjust the width of the signal after it just, starts hitting things and becoming incoherent. And you got to keep in mind, it's an overlapping radar system. So the whole thing is actually going to hit Earth curvature, right? Like it's not just going to be like the bottom part or something like that, right? If you think about the Sagitta, right, the midpoint of the physical Earth curvature obstruction between you and your target, right, that's all going to be physically obstructed because the observer height of these towers was no more than 665 feet. We set a baseline calculation for the entire radar system because it wasn't just the two locations here at the distances of Cleve to Derby was about 300 miles, and then from Stolberg to Derby was about 450 miles. So at these distances, you're going to have a physical Earth curvature obstruction that's just going to, you can't, that's just not a possible mechanism to diffract out of it. And no one has ever substantiated any mathematical solution or proposition to substantiate that or modeled it out. They've just made broad stroke claims that like relating it to like a radio signal explanation, which is not applicable here because remember, the signal beam, like the important part, is created by the intersection of the signal. So has to maintain specific geometry. So if it were to preserve the geometry somehow and follow a tangent to the sky and be like ionospheric propagation or something like that, we're gonna see the discrepancies that would create for the altitude of the bombers in relation to the beam and where it would be if the Earth were curved. So here's a topographical view of that intersection that I was talking about. So the way that the radar system would work is the left-hand side would be a tone that would be dots and the right-hand side would be dashes. The intersection point would be a coherent tone that the plane would fly through, so you would know you're in the center when you hear a coherent tone at a constant rate when you're flying through the air at night. Because remember, this is a radar system that they're using at night because you can't use celestial navigation accurately at night for bombing, right? Like you can use it roughly to determine your position, etc., right? Like where you're at. But for bombing accuracy, because the British were making fun of the Germans, they were saying like, oh, they're cheating, they're not as good as us, we're just eyeballing it and we're crushing, right? But then there was a report called the Butt Report where their accuracy was confirmed during the day, and they were, you know, they were the worst. They were wildly inaccurate in comparison to the Germans who were using this radar system. It wasn't even close. So it ended up being the opposite. But the usefulness of this depends on this middle point here, which is sent out from this radar system that looks like this, and based off of vertical dipole alignments, which is just magnetic poles set at a set spaced at specific wavelengths to condense the radiation emitted from the tower to a specific geometry such that it emanates out, like the bulk of it, like a horizontal beam is created. So what we're looking at here, these red dots are on a strut that can be pulled and made into a V shape or a U, and that will adjust the midpoint accuracy, like that'll adjust the geometry of this intersection point here. And this is only possible when we do the geometry of the beam with a starting wavelength of 30 meters and what was measured over the targets. This is only possible on a plane with these angles, with a plane flying over a plane and a beam being horizontally propagated out at an observer height at, like I said, we put all the observer heights at 656 feet high, just to make it uniform for all the calculations and give like the maximum generosity to the globe. And actually, if you put these on Mount Everest at 30,000 feet, it still doesn't work. But
Wow.
yeah, it's insane. But just for the sake of what it would look like here, like the discrepancies would be the beam geometry would be off by 30,000 feet over targets. And what was found later was that the company that built the radar system for the Germans, the radar system that was built for the Germans, the company that built it was the Telefunken company. And anyway, from their documentation here that I have translated, they took their own measurements of the accuracy of the system, and they found that the beam width geometry being less than a degree at the distances of what was it, 1,000 kilometers, right, at an altitude of 13,000 feet at 1,000 feet. And what they found was that the German bombers all flew at 19,000 feet. So the idea that there's sky propagation or skipping or bouncing or whatever, they flew in a coherent beam the whole time. Like none of that is possible.
Yeah, so if they were to veer off, they would know, okay, I got to go back to where I just was so you can hear the tone again.
Right.
And it'd
So,
be
like,
a beeping tone, and then once it went solid, you would know you're over your target.
Right. You can only even get this geometry using plane trig and using cosines and arctans. Like earlier we discussed, they were expecting perfect 90 degrees. Right. Well, you can only get this beam geometry at these distances using plane trig, using those cosines in that relationship. So anyway, even at an altitude at 13,000 feet, this system was accurate, and it didn't vary much in the summer or winter with refraction. And they used this system pretty much every day during the entire bombing campaign for the course of a year. They used this system pretty much every day. And then when we get into the angles here, so the angle, the arctan, right, the angle between the observer, the radar system, and the plane and the target, right, is sub 1 degree. Like all these come out to 0.2, 0.7, 0.64, right? So when you look at the beam geometry, oh shoot, 1 second. Need to show the beam geometry. Super important. Okay.
This is
So
awesome the way you have this all set up, man.
Thank you. So as this beam geometry is coming out here, what this looks like from a side view, when we're talking about that arctan angle, we can relate that to what it looks like coming out horizontally. So quick, here's some sky propagation bouncing. So this is not analogous to what is what we're talking about, because this would create skip zones. And remember, they flew through coherently through hundreds of miles. So that's not what's being discussed here. But let's see, where's that side view? Here we go. So that angle here, we have the orthographic view of that beam geometry that we were looking at earlier with the heat map distribution, where it looked like that squished together thing or whatever. So this is what a side view of that looks like. At some point here, this becomes like 3 degrees off the horizon, where it would be like, okay, maybe it's at, 140,000 feet or something like that. But being with that with that arctan angle being 0.0207, right? We're talking because there's no distance scale on here, we can't actually determine like the distance of what it is, but just kind of looking at it for reference, you would be somewhere back here in the propagation in reference to the point where this largest point is going to be at this largest point right here. As I scroll up and find it right here, as this largest point is up in the sky, where it would be like tenable for them to say, oh, maybe it's up in the sky bouncing at 140,000 feet or something like that, right? So that's like a huge difference of what we're talking about. So this is mutually exclusive to a plane flying over a plane using a radar system that's propagating out horizontally for hundreds of miles. So you can't have convexity or concavity, because if you did, the angles based off of the altitude of the bombers in this relationship would be different. And it's not. You can plane trig it out exactly. And because you have the wavelength measurements and the starting angles for everything, you can know exactly the relationship there. So mutually exclusive plane of measurement, like a physical measurement and practical use and application of a radar system propagating horizontally for hundreds of miles. This is inexplainable by refraction, right? If the conditions varied that much, you would have to invoke conditions that extend Earth's radius to at least 15,000 miles, up to 19,000 miles, depending on the distance. And then actually that's not even accounting for the lower ones that we found out, where the Telefunken company did it at an altitude of 13,000 feet. That's even worse. So you would have to have like a radius. You would have to have a globe that had a radius of 3959, but is now like 25,000. So
Yeah, it kind of changes things up a little bit, doesn't it?
it certainly does. All right. So any if there's no questions or anything, we got selenilian eclipses. And
I keep crushing, brother.
okay, cool. All right, so selenilian eclipses, right? This is a phenomenon that happens above the horizon, right? And it is claimed that due to refraction, we can see the eclipse happening above the horizon, where both of the celestial bodies are presented with a shadow, and they're saying that the Earth is causing that. And if the geometry of that were true, then the shadows would go bottom up, right? As the sun is going below the horizon and the moon is up here, you would have a bottom up shadow. But what you'll see sometimes is that the shadow is top down. Now, there's no predictability to whether or not there's going to be a top down or a bottom up, right? All they can do is predict a selenilian eclipse. Like, they know it's going to happen. But the fact that you can't predict if it's going to be a top down or bottom up, kind of tells you that there's no explanation for the mechanism. It's just kind of asserted in the model. But anyway, what they show in the mainstream diagrams is like this representation here, which would give you about like 5 degrees in the sky for refractive conditions or whatever. But what they actually would have to claim to have the shadows do the corresponding top downs, you would have to have the sun and the moon being completely under the globe and being refracted up, and you would have to have like these insane conditions to facilitate all of that to even get you to the 5 degrees to get up there. And then there were some examples that'll be added later. Let me see if I have them. No, I didn't bring them up yet. But there's some examples that'll be added later, where it's like where the moon is like 7 or 8 moon diameters up in the sky. Where it's just like, kind of preposterous, right? It's like, obviously, like they could explain it through refractive means if they choose, but certainly if they do that, all that's being done is they're turning a planar observation. I'm sorry, they're turning what would be like a mutually exclusive observation into a planar observation. So, this lands more so on our side, especially with the
Karen has
non-predictability of the
modeled
top
this
down.
out and shown that this works in the globe model. Her and Dr. Zack, Decimal Z, I think he might go by now. They modeled out the selenilian and they got it to work, and the shadow did come down from that way and everything. It's weird. It's hard to explain, but when you visually see it, you're like, oh, I'll have to see if I can find that video.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's an old one. They did that one a while back, maybe like 2017-ish.
So then they should be able to specifically predict it, right? Like they should know which direction it's going to come if it's geometric, right?
Yeah.
And then like
They
also
should
with
be
the,
able
with the
to.
selenilian, right? Like if they predict it super far in advance, how do they know the refractive conditions that far in advance?
Yeah, there's always that too. Yeah, that's the thing that made me really despise the whole globe side when I was looking into the model at first and looking at the sky. Everything had, oh, well, the sun's not really there. It's like, 2 degrees below the horizon. And it doesn't sound like a lot when you say 2 degrees, but that's 4 sun widths. And when
Yeah.
you're looking through a solar filter, that's huge, You have the sun like the size of your camera almost. 4 sun widths is a lot when you're trying to measure it and see exactly where it is. And it's like, and it just does that magically the same all the time. The refractive index is always, no matter if it's winter or summer or this or that, there is no like the weather's different, so it's different here. No, it's just this is your average. This is what happens. I could never swallow that. There were so many of those. That's why you're like, okay, it can't be a ball. Because you look into
No,
stuff deep and it really.
Can I share my screen very quickly just for leave here on the stream some extra content?
Yep.
Is this one free, Hiru? You're not going to charge us?
Well,
We'll see.
don't make me speak, please. Okay, don't make me speak. No, but about the selenilium, which I understand that the Globers use the index of refraction. In my opinion, at least, let me just very quickly put some graphics over here, and I'm going to do my usual screen share with sound. So I don't know if I'm presenting right now or not.
I am not seeing anything.
Me either. So let me again. Okay, share. That's strange because supposedly I have a button down here that says okay, perfect. So of course this was taken a long time ago from space.com, that where you can read that see the total eclipse of the moon and the rising sun simultaneously is a phenomenon that celestial geometry says cannot happen. Of course they involve the refraction, but sometimes we start looking at the selenilium happen way above in the sky without any other indication of that refraction. I mean, there is nothing this is my opinion, okay? But we don't see anything that you can say, okay, yes, this is refraction because look the distortion, or I don't know, some faraway cloud it's also lifting up. Because when they present this type of claims, not in terms of the celestials object, but I talking about here on the ground, like buildings or wherever, they cannot recreate in the lab in a controlled environment that the reflection can lift up occluded objects by some other geometry. So that is something that, at least in my opinion, in the Spanish community, we are asking to people that maybe they can reproduce in the lab in a controlled experiment the Fata Morgana, the superior mirage, the double mirage, the bottom mirage, all the optics that we can explain on the flat Earth. And I present that type of things a long time ago, and but they cannot do it. That the experiment that they recreate with the Bhutan tank, it completely off. We addressed that in Globebusters past show.
Yeah,
But
that was nonsense.
That's just nonsense, because all the setup of the camera is really tricky. They are not hiding anything, so I am not going to interrupt the Alan presentation with that. But something that I want to point it out, it's, for example, things like Selenelion. Let me just open Sele. Okay, then we have things like this here. What it is? Sorry for this, because I assume that I have it here, but maybe it wasn't here. Well, this is the last thing, because I don't want to take too much time. But remember that NASA, and for me this is very funny, because it's almost embarrassment. It's like a punch in the face of the Globers, because it was a live stream talking about eclipses, where I look in here.
This is an opportunity just to get outside.
You can hear that audio. You hear the
Yeah,
audio
yeah.
of the video?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So, for example, one of the claims that we are making, not to the Globers, because Glober cannot go out in space, nobody can, but in their paradigms, NASA is like the biggest church of the heliocentrism. And how many times we ask, like, why we cannot see an eclipse of the moon from outside, especially asking to provide that to the space agency, any, ESA, NASA, Roscosmos, JAXA, whatever you want. And in their faces, NASA laughed in the faces of all the people that maybe love science, because this was one of the, I think it was at the middle of the 2023 that it was a lunar eclipse. They was talking about stuff. And for example, when they ask for, well, I'm going to play the video and you're going to understand immediately.
We're in the Earth's shadow every night, but this night you are sharing that shadow with a body that's 250,000 miles away. It's the same shadow, which is kind of cool.
And I can't help but think about what that view would look like on the moon. Imagine if you're an astronaut up there observing that.
That's correct, right? I mean, everyone wants to have that experience. And what happened?
I would love that. I think it was mentioned a little earlier. A question came in about whether or not Apollo or any astronaut had seen a total lunar eclipse from the moon. Almost.
Almost. And they start laughing, and look the explanation.
Plan for one of the Apollo missions was to leave the TV camera pointed at the Earth, and an eclipse was going to take place a few days later, but the camera malfunctioned.
Oh my God. I mean, how much bad luck science have every time they're trying to present to the world things from outside. And this is an official story. So the only time that NASA scientists have the chance to do this was just in that mission of Apollo. And the camera malfunction just a few hours ago from the lunar eclipse. So
Unlucky.
man, I'm gonna put it again because it's sorry, Alan, I don't want to take too much time, but just
Oh, you're good. You're good.
A total lunar eclipse from the moon. Almost. A plan for one of the Apollo missions was to leave the TV camera pointed at the Earth, and an eclipse was going to take place a few days later, but the camera malfunctioned, and we didn't have that opportunity.
But the camera malfunctioned, and we didn't have that opportunity.
But the camera malfunctioned, and we didn't.
And they laugh because they know that is a complete lie. That is a made-up story. That is not even true, man. I mean, nobody can believe that the only time they're trying to do that was in the 70s. And then to complement this, we need to believe that NASA has the biggest budget in history of the governmental institutions. But when you're trying to ask, okay, we don't need the camera on the surface of the moon, but at least you can use the special spacecraft designed by orbit the moon every fucking night, not day, because in the day you can see the moon. That was a joke, which is the LRO. And what they say in your face is that on the day of the eclipses on the moon, they turn off the complete spacecraft because they are afraid that they cannot recover anymore the battery. They cannot turn off, because supposedly the spacecraft is going in the shadow, and the spacecrafts don't receive anymore in the solar panels the energy from the sun. So the battery start lowering down, and they turn it off on purpose just for have enough battery to turn it on again. And they show this to the public, that supposedly this is a battery that is, oh look, it's going to be in the lunar eclipse. So look at the sun that is receiving from the panels of the spacecraft. So now look at the battery, it's getting down, So we cannot show you, this is from NASA, we cannot show you an actual eclipse of the moon, from the spacecraft, because we can lose the spacecraft. And this is the official narrative. So we are still waiting the actual facts that you can say that is the shadow from the Earth. Because remember that it doesn't, the problem, and with this I finish, I remember that the first time that I present this example of a video of the orange, Bob was surprised, but in this sense, here is a spherical surface. We don't claim that the moon is not a spherical object. Could be completely spherical. I don't mind. The Earth is not spherical. But the thing is that if the surface that receives the shadow is spherical or hemispherical, you are going to produce a circular shadow. It doesn't matter the object that is produced that. And that is why this guy present this rectangle cardboard, and then you have the shadow going into a spherical surface, and you're gonna have a spherical or circular, because it's 2D, circular shadow. Now the problem is that when this thing is produced in the sky, we don't have any other reference, because the sky is completely black. So you cannot see the complete shadow. You just see the shadow in the one visible object that you have at that moment, which is the moon. So you cannot see the rest, like here on the table. I present this just an example, not because we are saying that the shadow of rectangular Earth, not. But it's this idea that the only way that you can explain the circular shadow of the moon is because it's produced by a spherical object. Blah 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 blah. So sorry for sorry for take that time, but again, for me, the Selenelion needs to address, first of all, a control environment when you can see or explains at least the idea like we present in this type of setups, when you can see where the camera is level with the fluid and the object that you are going to take a look. And in a lab, in a control environment, you can check with nature all the phenomena that we can find out there. You can produce all the mirage that it's in real life. We never produce this. You cannot produce this in a controlled environment. So we don't have any confirmation that an object that sometimes is hidden by thousands of feet could be lifted up by the refraction and leave it there to you to see and think, okay, we are living on the sphere. It's my opinion. So if we don't have that with simple object in the lab, I don't see in the Selenelion this supposedly 5 degrees of refraction that they need to explain, because I don't see in the Selenelion any distortion there. It's just what it is. It's the sun and the moon presented as it is, without any distortion to say, okay, it's the actual sun that is below the horizon. And with this, I stop sharing. Sorry for the time, Alan.
No, thank you very. Sorry, I'll always. Oh.
I'm stop sharing.
Oh, you're good. Yo, thanks for going through that. Much appreciated. It was a great addition.
Yeah, yours always bringing the gravy.
Okay, continue if you want. I am really enjoying the presentation, man. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right, so the old Selenelion, which we went over. So anyway, the causal mechanism of the celestial body going beneath the Earth is being obscured, or a shadow being cast by physical Earth curvature due to the shape of the Earth, etc. Unsubstantiated, and if they invoke various conditions to facilitate the mechanisms necessary to make the prediction, they're just making it equivalent to an observation on a plane, which is our default position. So in regards to the 24-hour sun, that was, for me personally, it was very unexpected. I did not expect it at all. I was like, I was super, I was very certain of myself that it wasn't going to take place. And I didn't see, and based on the evidence that was put forward, it all seemed very, very sketchy. So I didn't include it in my cosmology or understanding. But the data that's put forward from everything in relation to the usefulness of the coordinate system and the projections of it, all seems to be accurate. So when all three cosmologies now say, well, we predict it or whatever, right? Concave, flat, and globe. It's all part of the same system. But as we went over the geometric measurements, only one in examples so far of like the consequences of convexity or concavity and physical obstruction, they just haven't been present yet at all. And I'll propose a mechanism shortly towards the end, or like my personal thoughts on it rather, or how the sun works in Antarctica. So again, just kind of reiterating that every position or every body in the sky has a corresponding ground position, especially in relation to the time of year, if you're trying to get super accurate. But throughout the year and throughout the day, even the position of the sun has a specific GP and where that's observed. But even with that GP relationship, the sun that you're looking that an observer would be looking up at is still in a parent position as well for them, and it was apparent for them coming in. It was apparent going overhead, etc. So all we have is that relationship there, but optically, right? We have the dome of vision. We have everything being personalized to us and being in the center. Everything going around us, and to correspond with that, it wouldn't, like, if you think about it, you know, you could make room for other interpretations, especially in regards to curved visual space and optics, right? And everything being personalized to you, and we have anti-crepuscular and crepuscular rays that wrap completely around you. So, like, mechanistically inherent to your optics, if you have I have the star fields, you would have the southern. Hold on one second. So you, in the north and in the south, you would have two corresponding star fields, two corresponding projections for everything that you see everything in, right? So when you move out to the south, what you're seeing is just the mirror of that, which would keep you in the center of it. Now you would expect, and here's the thing, because the Earth isn't shown to be actually globular in any meaningful way, substantiated other than observation of the sky in a few particular instances, they ran into the same problem. But because you can merge mathematically these coordinate systems together and make a ball out of one of them, mechanistically, if you just put the sun like at a physical location 93 million miles away, but then say that, you know, locally you'll see it at an apparent position at 39 or at a 6210 miles, right? You know, for the purpose of the coordinate system, then you solve you just inherently solved it by just doing it that way, right? But mechanistically, optically, on a plane, how it would work, you would just go out to your once you cross the equator, right, where there's a clear divergence in the starfield rotation there, you to complete that and put you in the center, when the sun is going around, I'm sorry, yeah, when you're in the south looking towards the north and the sun is coming towards you, arcing, and then at your local solar noon it starts to antarc around you, that would just be completing the same thing in your respective star field, if you look at it that way. So that's kind of how I relate it right now. Like, you know, don't feel free to you know, not use that or whatever, but that's how I think about it. And then when you get into star field rotation itself specifically, we have a oops, let me bring this down. We have a video from No Fanfare who has a physical demonstration using a projection of stars and then rotating them counterclockwise in respective hemispheres. So for brevity, again, I'm not going to play it, but I'll link it in the chat for everyone. You guys can check it out on your own. Oops. How do I private? There we go. If you could share that for me, Zach, when you get a chance, or someone.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. And then, so yeah, that's just a matter of perspective. And then the two star fields, to always put you in the center of creation. Like, that's how you would perceive it. There would be, you know, I just related to a anti-crepuscular relationship as a function of your optics, which is already built in and established without invoking like additional mechanisms, really. Because you could get into like you know, you can introduce different hypotheses to explain it, but just for simplicity or whatever, that's what I'm going with. And then what I was talking about earlier, which Zach was touching on, was the sun and how it's crazy when you model it out. This would be an overlay using flat Earth azimuthal projection, so outward concentric circles for the coordinate system as the representation, and then we have toroidal geometry representing our magnetic field and all that. And then at the equator, we have the outer toroidal donut. And then the sun would be in the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn every day with its GP, but you would, you know, how you would perceive it, and as simulated by FE Core, it's going to be localized to you, and it's going to do the corresponding. It's going to ant arc to complete the arc around you when you're in your respective star field, so to speak. So if anyone has that video from FE Core, asked my buddy, but he's not available at the moment. I don't actually have the video, but if
Yeah, it's like Dr. Zack, right?
Yeah.
is it, let me see if I can find it. FE Core. No.
Okay. Okay, it's not on his Decimal Z channel. I know he was Dr. Zack for a while. I don't know if when he changed his channel, he had to take down all his old videos or forgot removed. I'm not sure.
Let me see if I can find it. I know Shane did a video on it. I know where we can get it.
Yeah, his Dr. Zack channel is not there anymore. He did a lot of amazing work. He was a really sharp guy.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. His channel is awesome.
Yeah, I went and checked out his channel. I didn't see it in there though.
Yep, I got it. All right. Let's see. Yeah, this whole thing is actually super educational. Do you guys just want to take a watch this real quick, like a little 10-minute to wrap it up?
Yeah, sure. I'm down.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What? I'm gonna reshare with audio.
Yeah, and if you're gonna reshare, you might as well just do a Chrome tab. I don't know if you're using Chrome. Are you using
Oh
Chrome?
yeah, yeah. Good call. Good call.
Yeah. That way you can full screen it, and it'll still stay in your box on your computer, but it'll full screen for us.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. Do you know what I'm saying though? If you actually share, when you share screen,
Yeah, it
there's
didn't.
a Chrome tab. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it didn't. No, hold on 1 second.
If you pick this, I guess you know what I'm saying. There's a Chrome tab. So there's like tab, window, entire screen. Looks like you're sharing a window, but if you go to Chrome tab and find that video, it'll only share that tab. I'm saying.
You know what? 1 second, I got you. I got a workaround.
Wow, she sounds like she's getting so big back there with it.
No, you can hear. Or if you want to drop the link to the video, also I can do it.
Oh yeah, you got it. Okay, we can do that.
Oh, there's a private chat in here, or obviously Skype or Telegram. There's a private chat to the right as well.
Yep, put it in the private chat.
Okay, so for some reason not letting me click on the private chat, so maybe drop it.
Respect. Got you. All right, just looking for the exact timestamp.
Oh, you did 18? I got you.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the exact part. Okay, yeah, here we go. At about 32 minutes would be it. And
All
then,
right, I got you.
and then about 10 minutes out from there, after he shows the full simulation of it. Oh, Brian linked it. Here you go. Here, use this link instead. Just use this. Oops, 1 second. There you go. Shout out to Brian Leakey in the chat. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, this is super important and pivotal, and kind of like, lost. I know the first 700 times I watched it, I glossed over it and was like, yeah, this doesn't mean anything. My Gleason's map or whatever. But now it's like, okay, now this is super pivotal to understanding like how everything in the sky is apparent and localized to you. And although positions of the bodies are used for references to everything, it doesn't have any physical relationship to the ground. So to recap, as we watch this video to wrap up the Prezi, no physical consequence of Earth curvature has ever been substantiated. And actually using the celestial bodies, you can't substantiate that the Earth is curved or flat, but you could substantiate that it isn't a ball. So the null hypothesis stands, and the evidence put forward was either turned out to be optically equivalent, or so non-mutually exclusive, or in the cases where there was a mutually exclusive outcome, the mutually exclusive outcome was not present that would be favorable for physical Earth curvature as a mechanism to explain the phenomenon. The phenomenon usually being celestial observations, actually pretty much entirely celestial observations. So anyway, this video, check it out, and I'll be back in a few for questions and stuff.
Cool.
Since the beginning of the Flat Earth awakening, there have been many attempts to model the motions of the heavens on top of flat projections. It gave us the circular model, the square model, and other projections like the diamond. All have failed so far to make an accurate and verifiable model that shows what is actually going on up there. It is our research, modeling, and experiments that have made it very clear to us that all current models are wrong. The main reason for that is because they all start with the wrong premise that the tropics form the actual paths of a physical object like the sun or moon. Most flat earthers also have very little hands-on experience in astronomy and proper experiments, which led to an immense pile of incorrect assumptions and false claims regarding their model commitment and bias towards their current held beliefs. To show in a simple way that the sun, for example, is not a physical object, we have measured the disk size of the sun when it moved directly overhead. That result ended up in a 39.8 mile diameter sun. That is a very small object compared to the size of the Earth. If you use that size on any projection on dates like the equinoxes, when almost everybody has a sunrise at 90 degrees east, you will soon find out that most azimuth angles will never work with an object that close and small. If you take any flat projection and place the small sun on the equator on the equinox and place yourself at sunrise, on almost all latitudes, the sun is directly east of your position. If you were able to move north or south in seconds from top to bottom, that small object will remain fixed at its azimuth angle on the horizon, which by rule of geometry makes it impossible to be a small physical object. This led us to do more research into the properties of the sun and its behavior in the sky. We have come across so many false claims and highly questionable ideas about the motion of the sun and moon and stars that we find it's our duty to correct these claims. Some claim the sun moves in straight lines, which is a false claim as shown in the following images. And it can be verified by tracking the speed of the sun on its azimuth and declination in a 12-hour time span. There have also been claims that the sun moves in a circular path, which is also incorrect. Although when you go to see the Arctic midnight sun, it gives the impression of a circular path since any observer has to rotate a full 360 degrees to follow the sun. But also with a circular path, you end up with the same problems with regards to sun angles on any given day of the year. The hyperbolic paraboloid shape of the sun analemma is not just a path over a year time span. But that same motion is found in the sun's 24-hour cycle. This drift pattern becomes obvious when you track the sun with high-end trackers like Los Mondi trackers, and just track the azimuth of the sun and do not use the correction adjustments of the tracker so that it runs on its nominal speed of 15 degrees an hour. The drift pattern is also equal and opposite on both sides of the equator, which means that this small 39.8 mile diameter sun is moving across the sky at various observed speeds north and south of the equator. After 2 years of research and modeling, we were stuck and couldn't make it work to model the sun or any object accurately. We started from scratch again. After looking at photos of crepuscular rays of the sun, which all flat earthers have seen a million times, we came to a revelation many, if not all, flatheads have overlooked. When you look at crepuscular rays piercing through clouds over a lake or plain, for example, the angles of the rays end up at the actual light source, which is just above the clouds in most cases. But we know the sun is not right above the clouds. We started wondering what someone would see looking back from the other side and if he or she would see the same thing. Imagine a scenario where you see these rays over a lake. Those rays are lighting up a spot on the water. Now put another observer right across the lake looking back at you. Can he see those rays in that lit up spot on the water like in this animation? Let's take that one step further and give the primary observer seeing the rays a long pole with a mirror attached at the end. If he were to reflect that ray hitting the water to the observer on the other side, would he then see a reflection of the sun in that mirror? Keep in mind the distance apart here is only 40 kilometers, and where the sun should be for the observer on the other side. To make these light angles in 3D software, you will need, like we used here, a local light source. But in reality, when you move to the other side of the lake and turn around to look back, you will have the sun at your back. Therefore making it impossible to see the rays in the first scenario or the reflection of the sun in the mirror. We have therefore come to the logical conclusion that those rays are personal for any observer, as someone looking back cannot see the same thing because of his position towards the sun. Now, if those rays are personal and cannot be seen by anyone else but the observer himself, that indicates that the sun is a personal or local objective projection. This can be verified by anyone by doing the opposite side crepuscular rays experiment, like in this animation, and see that someone looking back at someone seeing those rays cannot and will not see the same thing. A rainbow acts the same way as the sun, being that you can only see it at a specific angle, and you cannot walk around a rainbow as it will always move away from you. And you cannot see the opposite side of a rainbow. A rainbow is a source projection, and its source is the sun. Therefore, if the sun is also a source projection of an unknown source, we can start modeling the path of the sun for each observer on Earth. We did this by taking just one longitude, that being the 0 UTC meridian on Earth. And inputted the data from observations for azimuth and declination of the sun and traced the sun object for that location for a year for each 10th latitude north and south of the equator, and just let the data run its course for a year. But the model became so heavy with data and tiny hair-thin tracer lines that even with a super machine, we couldn't render the result. After some trial and error, we finally managed to get a clear view on the end result. And even with our sun being an equal distance to the observer, the shape and layout ended up in a torus field around the Earth. We still have to figure out how to do proper 3D vectoring to get all the observed speeds and changes in the motion of the sun, creating a more true shape. But it became very clear to us that based on Ken Wheeler's research into magnetic holography, that the sun we see is projected into the electromagnetic field in the sky. The objective sun follows the magnetic field lines that are unique for each location on Earth. So the real sun is a source coming from outside of the so-called firmament, which probably uses light polarization that is projected into the magnetic field and rendered through the atmosphere. It is no coincidence that all sun arcs combined create this torus-like field, and this is version 1.0. As soon as we find out how to use equal distance 3D vectoring and a formula on the angles in the data sheets from observations, we can then get a true shape in second-by-second motion in the field lines. This torus field is by no means a stationary field, as the sun moves north and south during the year. We animated this in what we call the cosmic breath of flat Earth, and this shows that by simply increasing the current in the field from the North Pole, you then push the field south, and by lowering the current, it flows back north again. It can also be pushed back and forth by an outside magnetic field from beyond the Antarctic, 90 degrees south latitude. The southern magnetic anomaly is also a moving anomaly, and who knows what more lies beyond the southern latitudes, all of which have influence on the field. From a creation standpoint, it must have a function as well. If we animate all sun positions over a year, the animation gives the impression of a wave going around the field like an outside source pushing and pulling on the field and projecting its image, that being the sun or moon, in it. We do not know yet what, where, and how this outside source is mechanically working, so to speak, but from an engineer's perspective, everything that works like a machine or clock must have a basic principle and laws of physics to discover its nature. We just have to figure out where to go from here and what experiments can be derived to either build on this or modify the basic concept. With this concept, we can boldly say we have created a working flat Earth model that can be held up to scrutiny, evaluation, testing, and experimenting to either verify or debunk certain aspects of this model. It is therefore with great honor and humility that we present this first and only working flat Earth model with an actual base in geometry, science, and observations. In the coming weeks, we will be releasing ground views of this model to show that current sun angles are dead on correct.
Very cool, man. These are the depictions. Just muted it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been so much research done on the sun. And I know there's a lot of new people getting into it, and a lot of people didn't get to see a lot of this stuff from back in the day. But that's why I almost quit Flat Earth because of the sun. I was about to quit doing anything, just give up making videos and all that kind of stuff. Because it really, it was disturbing, all the, things that you think that you can just nail down. And if you get enough research into it, and yeah, the sky it's wild, man. It's hard to try to wrap your head around. It really
And the thing about it is like they'll try and take what you just said and act like, yeah, wow, it's because you're trying to explain the sun on a flat Earth and it's not flat, and the sun is perfectly explained on a globe and matches the globe. It literally doesn't.
Yeah,
fact,
I started trying to match it to the globe first. And I was like, well, this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. What's going on here? So yeah, it's an anomaly to me.
It's just like a fact that nowhere does there exist an actual globe model. Literally. That's not just like something to say. It doesn't exist. And you know how many people pick up like those little toy globes and they think that's a model? That's not a model, that's a toy. Or then they go to Google Earth, that's not a model. Or they say stellarium, not a model. And it uses little portions of a flat ground, right? A horizontal baseline with an azimuthal grid, which makes a little dome personal to the observer, but that's not a model. Literally, they were like, where's your flat Earth model? Where's your flat Earth model? A globe model does not exist in 2025 as the consensus propaganda that has been shoved down our throat. It literally does not exist. I want someone to show me a 2-scale globe model with a globe spinning tilted at 23.4 degrees with a sun 2 scale at 93 million miles away, 2 scale size and distance wise, based on that angle of the Earth tilted. And I want them to show me the proper angles and directions of sunsets that we observe on the Earth. They can't do it.
Yeah, won't be
It doesn't
done.
exist. Yeah,
Can't
it
be
literally can't be done. How hilarious is that? And like people just assume when they hear this, a glober hears this, they just assume I must be wrong. So they'll like laugh and mock and because like if what I'm saying is true, like that would make them so uncomfortable. They can't even conceive of that. They're like, there's no way, because other people would know that. It wouldn't be what everyone accepts as true. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. So that should be pretty telling. Now I have specific examples that I'm going to bring out, here in the near future. Specific examples of certain locations that have certain degrees, as in like directional degrees, sunsets and sunrises that cannot be modeled. They can't be modeled. It's wild. And there is actually like times, like duration of the sun being observable that can't be explained either. Literally. So that's what's so funny is the globe model is much more rigid because it's like claiming that we're just going to throw the sun at a super far away distance so we can just assume actual position is observed for the most part, because even they can't do that for sunset times. For example, they use the equation of time, which uses an apparent sun. So it uses the mean apparent position, and that is roughly 5 minutes off of like what the geometric prediction is, right?
That's
and so,
huge.
yeah, and it varies by a few minutes, right? And then you have the 8 light minutes from the sun, so it actually should be significantly off, meaning like it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to come here. So then that should translate to multiple minutes off. I mean, why would it not be the 5 minutes from the apparent sun plus the 8 minutes, or is the apparent sun position based on those 8 minutes? Really, that wouldn't be apparent in terms of that wouldn't be apparent, right? That would actually be a physical location of the light itself. But anyway, the point is that the globe can't even model it. You can't just take the globe like, okay, the globe is a ball and it's tilted and it's got this radius and I'm at this latitude, so I'm going to see the sun, and it's this time of year, so I'm going to see the sunset at this time geometrically. It'll never match the prediction. Like what actually happens will never match.
There was a guy he said he'd pay for all the stuff. He wanted me to do this, get like, a sun somewhat size and do it out in like a football field, and have the sun a big giant light source, and then the earth would be teeny tiny, golf ball at the other end of probably not even a golf ball. You probably couldn't even get a golf ball. And then have the moon and show. I was like, dude, it's not going to work. You're not going to see this stuff. The globe model isn't going to work like that. Yeah, it just doesn't. The sky is an anomaly. I don't think we're meant to do anything but use it for time.
One thing's for sure, just the sun is personal to the observer. It's an apparent position, and we see that all the time. And you can look at the sun, I can look at the sun, and then we can walk away from each other, or we get in a car and drive away from each other, or we can walk on the opposite side of the lake like he was talking about. And the sun's personal to us. And then, of course, you can look at, like, again, crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, right? Like I was talking about. So that shows that we have like these little like bubbles basically that we see within. And if you take that a step further, and we can cover all this later, obviously it's been a long show, as you start to go up logically, right? If you're at the baseline, so it's splitting a sphere in half, you have the hemisphere, the dome above you of your vision. As you go high, you'd have to actually go pretty high for this. It's going to start to actually converge back down, right? It's going to start to converge back down. So now you have everything below you like converging and compressing down. And they hijack these optical effects, and they start trying to claim that the Earth's a globe and it's physical. And then they just have to cherry pick the observations to even do that, right? Because they're like, I'll give you one more example, because like I'm about to go harder at the globe than ever. That's why it's so funny as people are spiraling. Like whenever they say, so there's a vertical density gradient on the Earth. Light always goes to the more dense medium. So light is always bending down in our atmosphere. So objects are always being optically lifted. And it's 15% on average. Like the globe appears to be 15% bigger than it actually is on average. Like that's their position. And that's what they always say. Okay, if that's the case, then what's happening if it's in its due to fraction that we're seeing way further than your globe model predicts, then what's happening whenever we see that the object is more obstructed, appears to be more obstructed than the globe predicts? Because I thought light always bent down to the more dense medium, thus lifting objects up. So what about when we go out and make observations and the object is more obstructed than the globe predicts? Because that does happen. So what's happening then? You know, like their position is not tenable in many ways. They can't explain the sun, and that's why it's really annoying to hear people like, "Oh man, this is such a big deal for flat Earth." It's like, no, it's just an ignorant position because the globe model can't explain it. Just, you know, you have to like not be informed enough to know all the assumptions and discrepancies and issues with the globe model to think that. And if there's like an overall torus field that has some convexity and they've hijacked that, right, based on the assumption that there's a sphere that they've kind of reverse engineered, well, then that explains everything. That explains why all other data points and empirical measurements of the surface itself shows us that the Earth is a plane, right? But that when you look at the sky after hundreds of years of refining it and moving the goalposts and then like using apparent positions and fudging the data and fudging the numbers and just blindly invoking whatever they need to make it unfalsifiable in terms of optical displacement, that now after hundreds of years, there's relative accuracy, right, of what we'll see in the sky based on what your GPS location is in the spherical coordinate system. So anyway, I think this is cool. I've always liked this video, and I think that this video hits harder now than ever. And
yeah, we needed that.
It should be built upon. I don't know what he's up to now. I don't know if you spoken to him in a long time or anything, but
No, I haven't spoken to him in a while. I'm not sure when the last time Karen even spoke to him. I haven't heard his name in a while. He might still be out there though.
yeah, I don't know. Well, all right. That was my little rant here at the end. I will quickly check. I don't think we were getting a lot on Ko-fi, but I'll check real fast. Run Boston Bear, $77. Very generous, brother. Thank you so much.
Much love, man.
My heart is overjoyed by the many real ones that are ignoring the drama and continuing to see the truth in all things as a family. The truth will set us free.
Beautiful.
Very true. Much love, brother. Thank you so much. And very true. Leland Will, Kofi kicks my car. Much love. Globus, you already read that one. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that, but all right. Thank you guys that did support. And consider following Globebusters on X. And we'll maybe start trying to like be active and make posts there and stuff like that. And I'll see if I can hook you guys up where Globebusters Tech can go there. Or you guys can just like, I don't know, make like kind of cool little posts, and then we'll get people in the flat Earth community on X to like share it out.
Yeah.
Even though I'm being burned at the stake on X.
I know. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
All right,
so
though. You got this.
Yeah, it's all good. All right. Let's wrap it up then. Pretty long show. We did get started a little late, but about 4 hours. All right, cool. Zach, you want to tell us what you got coming up?
Yeah, you can always find us. I know freeworld.fm was down. If anybody was heading over there to listen to Ironworks or any of the other shows that they have over there, I'm not sure what's going on. I haven't heard back from Josh yet. I'll find out tomorrow morning. But you can find us here on YouTube at 5 a.m. Eastern. We run a 2-hour show called Ironworks, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And then Thursday night, we're going to start back up the new season of Globebusters Tech. We cannot cover any more Walter Lewin videos, though. Even if you keep the clips under 2 minutes and, talk about them and all that kind of stuff, they've got some kind of thing with YouTube where they don't, or maybe it's just because it's Globebusters, but even if you try to fight it, they're not letting us monetize if we show any type of Walter Lewin any videos. So maybe we can do some stuff just on Rockfin and X, places like that. But yeah, YouTube is really cracking down on, just, and it's not like I'm disagreeing with anything the guy's saying even. Everything that he's saying, I agree with all the stuff he's saying in there about how electricity works. It's weird. So, yeah, we'll find some stuff to cover. But yeah, we'll be back Thursday for sure.
Nice, very cool. All right, Alan, if you're back over here, what's going on with you this week, brother? AFKA. All right, I'll tell you what I got going on. Maybe he'll come back in a sec. So shout out to Alan. Obviously, dope presentation, very thorough and very important clarification that obviously observations made in the sky cannot prove the shape of the Earth. It can falsify specific claims such as sphericity, specific shape claims. Obviously, like every glober admitted that if we saw the sunset, it'd falsify the globe. And then once I knew we were getting on a plane going to a specific area in Antarctica that we weren't going to see the sunset, I can't even imagine reality that would occur. They wouldn't let tourists go to a location where the sun just completely doesn't do what it's supposed to do in the mainstream model of Earth. That would be insane. Anyway, so one thing I got going on, I'm trying to figure out the Kofi thing. I know that a lot of people are still struggling with Kofi, and it's like rejecting and canceling their subscriptions and stuff like that. I know that people were trying to support on Cash App, and as soon as I told them that was the better way, Cash App started rejecting donations. And so I keep on having this problem where certainly if I'm ever in a situation that I need to ask for some help or something conveniently right at those moments, payment processors start rejecting payments, canceling payments, rejecting cards. It's very weird. So I'm trying to work on a way to get out of that. And I think I'm going to try to just use crypto, where even if someone just wants to use their card, it'll just convert it to crypto at the time based on the current price. And that way, if it's crypto, no one can shut me down, at least in theory, right? I mean, it would take some major changes, and I don't see that happening at all. I mean, the United States government is buying Bitcoin and adding it to its balance sheet. So
It's crazy, isn't it, dude?
yeah,
Oh,
they're going to
man.
probably pull it under the reserve. And obviously, people know kind of how I feel about the utility of XRP and blah, blah, blah. So I may try to do that so that I won't keep getting censored. Obviously, the other route is like what Owen did, where people send them like cash in the PO box, like cash or check or whatever in PO box, because USPS can't really censor you based on like your opinions or anything, right? It's a public utility. So all right, cool. So I'm trying to work on that, and then I'll kind of just tell everyone and update everyone based on what I can pull off. It's a little bit more nuanced and complicated than people may think. So cool. And yeah, we got lots of stuff coming up. I mean, I told people that if they wanted to donate towards like the GoPro telemetry extraction, which is like $350, I don't have $350 for that, but some people were requesting that I pull the telemetry data from the different GoPro videos because the Hero series has that ability, but it's a $350 app. And it tells you like your GPS, look at your longitude, latitude, altitude, illumination, like lux readings, and all kinds of other things based on the video, kind of to prove the authenticity of it, which is insane that we're still having to do stuff like that. And of course, people can just say that it was faked anyway, which is what there's a certain group that will do that no matter what they're shown, and that's fine. Who cares? So working on that, I did get like $100 donation towards that. So obviously, and I said just send a note that you say it's for that, So
Yeah. Make
So,
sure you add the note if that's what it's for.
yep. And once that's reached, I'll definitely get that, and we'll get that taken care of. So anyway, we're creating like a mother load of Antarctic data. So like all kinds of receipts, like passport shots, receipts, gift shop receipts in Antarctica, ALE applications. The contract that we signed will be fully publicly available with the signatures on it. So pretty much everything that all these crazy things people have come up with, we're just going to drop receipts and proof of all kinds of things. And obviously we got lots of people working on the video in different forms, different sizes, different speeds, trying to get the full thing out as well, trying to work with BitChute to get the full 25-hour up. So that would be cool.
Like you said, hopefully this is the first of many. I mean, it's not like other people can't go to see if it actually happened or this and that. I couldn't see you guys lying about something that you could get checked on, especially. You guys aren't dumb, Most people who lie and get caught, it's because they're really dumb about it. And you guys aren't dumb. I know you guys both.
It's just the most egregious accusation in the world. You're saying that we conspired to sell our soul to deceive the world about a truth that we've sacrificed everything to speak about for years. It's just insane.
And we're not saying that doesn't ever happen and people don't turn, but I need to see some serious evidence if I'm going to throw you and Jeran, under a bus like that. some serious evidence. I mean, it's got to be really damning. Not the stuff that I've seen. The stuff I've seen so far is really pathetic research.
It's all debunked, and then when it's debunked, they pretend that it didn't get debunked. You know what it really is? Obviously, it's cognitus. They didn't think that it was there. They didn't think they would see it, so they're just saying that it's fake. But then they're saying, "Oh, I don't care. It's inconsequential. It doesn't have any effect on flat Earth." But those are empty words. You're just saying that so you can try to avoid everyone stating the obvious, which is that you're suffering from cognitus. But it's all good. You'll get through it, or you won't. Either you'll show some integrity. You'll be honest. You'll acknowledge the evidence when you see it, or you won't. Right? I don't really. I'm pretty much over the whole I need to defend myself.
Yeah.
I don't lie, and so I don't need to worry about it. But anyway, so we are going to create that, like, I think I got a 10 terabyte Dropbox plan, so I should be able to drop tons and tons of stuff in there. I'm looking to see if I need to get something else because it's kind of slow to upload things there. But anyway, that's where we're at with that. And then yeah, I'll try and get like a middle ground going back. I have lots of shows. I think I have potentially a podcast tonight. I think I have maybe Kingdom of Context tomorrow night. I did Ashton Forbes on This and That with Josh and Zack today on X on Spaces. So you should check that out. And they record, they'll publish on their other platforms as well. So that was a pretty good conversation. Kind of more kick gloves because he was nice and cordial and I wasn't, it was more of a discussion. So that was cool. If you want to check that out, you can go to X and This and That with Josh and Zack. And I also reposted it on my page. So you can find it there on my X account. Anyway, I did that today, then got here. We did this, and then I got maybe another podcast. It's slipping my mind right now which one it is. But tonight, I was asked to do a debate tonight. Obviously, that didn't happen. And then I think Strange World asked me to come on Tuesday night, so I think I'm going to do that. And then obviously we have a bunch of other stuff. Like we got Candace Owens coming up, and I have like 30, 40 different podcasts asking me to come on. No exaggeration. That's before I go on Candace Owens. So it's going to be crazy. I'm going to be doing a lot of podcasts. So support obviously appreciated in advance, and just stay tuned. It should be very interesting. I mean, this is going to be huge for Flat Earth when it's all said and done. It's about to be bigger than it's ever been, 100% guaranteed. And I think it's actually such a blessing that we're shaking out weak hands. We're able to see who is who before we really go into battle. That would be like we're at war. This is like a huge battle we're about to go in, right? Because we're about to be on this like mainstream stage. We're about to be like thrust and catapulted up bigger than it's ever been, like the next wave, but the post-censorship wave. So this is much different. It has a way better chance of being there to stay in terms of numbers because it's post-censorship, right? Because last time they stopped the wave with the censorship. So anyway, I just think that if you think about it from that perspective, it's like, well, we could have been in battle and not know who is who, right? Not know who's going to stab, who doesn't understand the argument that well, what content creators can or cannot be trusted. And so perfect timing in essence, like before it becomes that moment, we know, and they'll all flip and be two-faced and double back once they start to see that. But it doesn't matter. We now know. I'd say be quick to forgive them if they're sincere, but don't just trust them and let your guard down. And now we know. So that's my overall take. Cool. Alan, are you back?
Yes, sir. Just got back.
What you got? I saw your thing move a little bit. What you got coming up this week?
Ooh, let's see. Tuesday, we got a little Prezi on Dayton Miller. And then Friday will be Flat Earth Fridays. And maybe we'll try and put something together during the midpoint of the week. We'll see what happens.
Nice, very cool presentation, man.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. Yeah, brother. And then I'll try and do a middle ground this week as well. Also, to the Ko-fi people that have my back, I'm gonna do a private stream with you guys. I'm gonna show you like all the behind the scenes stuff that I have. And if my computer doesn't want to freak out and crash, I'll show you guys a lot of that 360 video. It's pretty cool. I have it all downloaded to my computer. And I'll tell you guys some kind of private in the work stuff that's coming up. And I'm going to do a little giveaway to the Ko-fi supporters. So I got some stuff from the Antarctic gift shop. I think I might have an extra large shirt. I mean, you can't buy this anywhere in the world except for there. So they obviously tax for everything, and it is what it is. Some people did donate money. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll get some stuff to give away and to give my family. So I got like a few Antarctica Union Glacier magnets and a t-shirt. So I think I'm going to do a giveaway to the Ko-fi supporters, and then we'll do a few other cool things, kind of private things. I'll show you guys some behind the scenes stuff and give you guys some inside scoop information on what's coming up and kind of what my plan is. Because I am kind of playing 4D chess, ironically. So stay tuned. And thank you guys to all the people that did have my back and do have my back. And it doesn't go underappreciated. And, you know, I'm not like real weak. I'm not a victim. I'm not saying like that. But you may be surprised, like kind of at these times, I start to get really frustrated at times. But then seeing someone like message me and like express that sentiment is probably more meaningful than you may think. So shout out to you guys, and shout out to all the people that are that have tried to support in terms of finances when this ended up not being very detrimental for me in that sense. And then there's a narrative going around that now I'm a millionaire, apparently. Sold my soul and they gave me money.
Yo, congrats on the milli.
Yo. Yeah, that's crazy. Someone needs to tell my landlord that. All right. I love you guys. You guys got anything else you want to say?
No,
nope, that's it.
Glad to have you back, man.
Yeah, man. Same. And I'm glad Alan's going to be part of the crew. That's very cool.
Yeah. Welcome, Alan. This is
Thank you, sir.
An awesome addition.
So it's be kind to each other. Don't lie to each other. Open your mind because there's truth inside. See you next week. Peace.
Peace.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
GLOBEBUSTERS taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is GLOBEBUSTERs taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster, but the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble, piecing up the puzzle. Need a burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah. Sit down, be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You get mad cause at this fight above your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob to the president, Jeran got the evidence. Eros laying Jesuits and Zack is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your resident is heaven sent. I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience.